Yes. You see, this is not our custom set. So you guys are gonna have to
Ever,
look
ever,
at it.
no, give me an explanation. Let's go. You straight through. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
We got so no, right?
Yeah, so,
We have so no. So Reese, um, what you're hearing? Good night, Evan, Jetty.
well, I hear that the polls just closed roughly about hour and change ago now, and we should be expecting the first set of boxes to come in about, from what I heard, will be 9 o'clock. St. Nevis time. So you're looking at about the next 40 minutes about. So it
Mm,
looks like we in good standing. We should be able to get the ball rolling and rolling quickly.
okay.
So that's where we at right now. But unlike everything else, we just got to enjoy it for what it is. You know,
Yeah,
one of the
for
most
sure, for
entertaining
sure.
one of the most entertaining spectacles that we have within the Federation of Sinkers and Nevis is the elections, and
Yes.
this one will be no different.
Okay. 1 second, Reese.
Yes, people come in, share, get your friend and your cousin and your auntie and your mother, your father, everybody in here. This is going to be the most interactive election coverage. So let's make sure we get in early. Get your seat, get your popcorn. The results, when the results start rolling, they're rolling. You know. But for anybody who voted today, what was your election experience like? Put it in the comments, man. Let me see what your election experience was like. What do you think? What are your thoughts about the election day? Was there anything that could have been done different? Anything that could have been better?
I think I look better now. Um, yeah, Reese, definitely. Big up yourself, Kevin Chapman. Big up yourself, Melissa. I saw you share the live. Yeah, it's usually slow. I think I've gotten some videos of what's been going on the ground today, so I'm gonna try to get those in the system so that we could share those for the overseas listeners and what's not. Um, Reese,
But
what?
Era, hold on. You just spoke about the overseas listener. But what have you heard about the overseas voter? Did you hear anything about numbers coming in? Were there a lot of overseas voters? Um, were they came in over the weekend and were they coming today? What have you heard about that?
I mean, it is a part of Sinkits and Nevis's DNA that you're gonna have a lot of overseas voters, and I think this time is no different. Though the flights were really expensive this time around. I definitely felt like there was a lot of people that was flown in. From what I've heard is that Nevis looked full to the seam. You know what I mean? Nevis looked
Mm.
very full to the seam, and yeah, I. I've heard there was a good amount of people that came in to exercise franchise their civic rights, their duty.
Okay. Do you feel that the overseas vote plays that much of a big role in the election?
Yeah, of course, definitely. Yeah, the overseas vote. I think in all the elections, the overseas vote tend to swing the direction of the election. Um, if you're able to bring in people into the, if you're able to bring in a substantial amount of people, then, and I have a young visitor. Um, I have a young visitor, and I think my wife is gonna come and get him now. I love him, so I'm always happy when he shows up. I think back to what I was saying. Of course, the elections will look a lot different. I'm not sure in what way it would look different, but I know it would look a lot different if they had, overseas voters. We might have smaller margins in terms of winning and stuff. I think a lot of the landslide victories are dependent on the overseas voters, and I've seen it where certain parties are unable to mobilize. So if we go back to the election of 2015, where the Labour Party was unable to mobilize their overseas vote, they definitely lost significantly in that year, because and they lost they lost convincingly. Um, you also saw, I think the NRF would have suffered a defeat as well, the same way. So that always show that the overseas voters does have some substantial effect to the the election. And let me be sure to. What's your thought on that?
Well, I always wonder if the number of votes coming in, especially when you look at the margins of victory. Some margins of victory aren't necessarily close. I always wonder if it's worth it to actually spend that type of finances to bring people in. When you look at the margin of victory, I've always wondered, how they view that. If they view it as something that's worthwhile or not. Um, like you said, the tickets this time around were expensive. I hear people saying $3,000 for a ticket and things like that.
Yeah.
So it was interesting, but I never really feel like the number of photos that are coming home to vote is big enough to really swing the pendulum that much.
No, you don't think so?
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think so.
yeah, man. Definitely. Otherwise, people would not have been doing it. The parties would not have been doing it, spending the kind of money that they're spending at all. They're spending a lot of money on these international flights. So you just have to think about that, right? They would definitely not be spending that money unless there was
Oh,
some sort
hold
of.
on, Era. Hold on, Era. So two things. Um, First thing to Adele. Yes, we would have liked to have been home for the election, but due to
I
scheduling
live it now.
conflicts,
Hold on. I think Alan Powell has joined us. Alan Powell has joined us. Alan, you ready to join us? We live, and I think he
Boy, me
changed
tell you,
his
I'll
mind.
be back.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'll be back. I'll be back. I thought testing was happening.
Oh, I'm
no
sorry,
problem.
Alan. Yeah. Okay. And that
But
is Alan Powell, who will be joining us a little later. He was actually on the ground, and we must say thanks to Alan for giving us some live coverage. I saw some live coverage in the St. John's area. It was a very nostalgic feeling. But go ahead and adjust what you were saying with Adele, real quick.
no, like I was saying to Adele, we'd have liked to have made it home, but scheduling conflicts did not permit for us to make it into the federation. But there's another comment I wanted to speak on. Mr. Kevin, I want to say it's Kevin Chapman. His
Yeah.
comment said, "Imagine the eligible voters surpass the population of the country. What is your opinion?"
We go do something about that. But yo,
No, no. There's only
um,
one thing. There's only one thing good about it.
um, I wanna address Kevin, but I just want to say big up Alicia. Alicia has just celebrated her birthday, and she celebrated her birthday in style. Alisa, you look like you had a wonderful time. You don't know. We here at Real Entertainment Network appreciate you all the time. I am definitely going to get myself a beverage as more cast members join, more panelists join. I'm going to give myself a break and grab myself a beverage. So don't worry, don't worry. I'll be good. So Reese, go ahead.
No, because that in itself is a fact. See, the number of voters outnumber the population, right? Number of eligible voters outnumber the population.
Mm-hmm.
It cannot be fixed. And the only way it could fix is you got to take people that not living on in the island off of the list.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. You're talking about disenfranchisement here, and I know it's a discussion that we've had a lot. I know you're not really pro overseas voters. I do understand your stand on that, but I would like to share that me me um well okay, big up yourself. I would like to share that anyway, I would like to share with you that I think that overseas voters should be able to vote. We are we are we are a nation that sells our citizenship. We really don't track how many people, right? How many people actually. I don't know if we track how many people actually buy our citizenship yearly and how many of them register. So we really don't have a real feel on this, as Adele pointed out. And then we had a time where people would just register family members and so on, who just have some sort of connection to Nevis. So I think maybe we should pinpoint those registered voters. But Reese, you and I give a lot of time to think it's a Nevis, right? We give a lot of time to think it's a Nevis. We have a vested interest in think it's a Nevis. You do not think that we deserve, we should hold the right to vote because we don't live there? You feel like because we don't bear this, what you feel like we don't bear the consequences of what goes
No,
on in St.
I
Kitts and
check the
Nevis? I
question.
feel like when you're on screen, Alan, when you're ready.
Oh, yeah, I change the man question. That not the question what the man asked you.
Oh well,
How you
I
feel
guess I
that
was.
the population, the registered voters is more than what we see in the census. The census again be how much people supposed to be here, How could the amount
Yeah,
of registered voters be more than the census?
yeah, but we
You feel
also
like a
know
there
that
that
you get the right to vote as a citizen. So, in my explanation that we sell our citizenship, we also have people in the diaspora. How many people live outside of St. Kitts and Nevis, right? Do we not have more people
we,
living outside of St. Kitts and Nevis as citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis than we have living in St. Kitts and Nevis? Do we not have a larger
we,
population in the diaspora than there is at
we,
home?
me talk when them do the census, them still take into account the household.
I've
So
never,
no,
necessarily
no,
no,
no, no, Alan.
remember
no.
the people and them
They
answer the question of who's supposed to.
no, Alan. No, they
Okay.
would track the
All right,
house,
all
but
right,
then
all right.
they would ask the number of people living in the house. If there's no one living in the house, then they. So, for example, like my mother house, for example, they wouldn't call me and my mother, even though the house is there. So the house will be counted as a structure, but we won't be counted in population.
Yeah, I mean, the census has a
Okay.
purpose where it is also to help you understand the resources that you need for who is on the who is in the country and who is on the island. So if you're counting outside of that, then you're going over the target. So if you got to improve your water infrastructure based on how many people using water, if you got to base that on people that live outside of St. Kitts and Nevis, then you might find yourself looking for more than what you actually need and spending unnecessary capital revenue. So but Alan, how long before you're on screen so the people then could see your face, man?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. Alan, we got big up to Alan. I do know that I think we should be covered and we should be carried live by 2020 as well. And, you know, this is now an interactive election coverage where the people have a say and the people are able to to participate. Now, Reese, how do you
Mm.
feel? How do you feel about? How do you feel about it?
No, I have always, I have always been of the stance that individuals that live in the country should be the one to vote. I have never been
Hmm.
a supporter of the outside vote, and I'll give you a great example why you would have gone to the pandemic, right? The way the pandemic affect me is not the way the pandemic affected St. Kitts Nevis,
Yeah.
right? And so then, why should I be able to make a decision for somebody knowing that I don't have to bear the consequences of my actions, right? I could say, "Oh, I have family," but even if I have family, my family is not 50% of the country.
Hmm.
So I may say I voted for my family, but is it a fair vote? So I feel that the people living there who experience the hardships of the country are the one who should vote on what the country dealing with. Yeah, we pay property tax. I say get electricity, I say get Netflix, and I say get water.
Yeah.
But it's minuscule. Why
Hmm.
pay Netflix in comparison to what I pay up here monthly? It's minuscule. So is my contribution big enough for big enough as you see a man who living over bar too got to deal with Netflix every day. When Netflix turn off, it don't affect me. Yeah? It might affect
Okay.
somebody I know, but it don't affect me. When water gone, don't affect me. So
Hmm.
the election results also really and truly doesn't really affect us, and if it does affect us, it affects us in a very small way.
Yeah. I
So
just want to. Well, I think we should stop bang remote then. We should stop talk about the issues and stuff that happen in St. Kitts and Nevis because even our even our words might cause influence. Maybe somebody might vote because of something they hear right here on our thing. We
We
should.
voting done. No voting till 2027 again.
Mhm. Yeah, we're waiting
The,
for
the
you,
topics
man.
the, topic, the topics are turning into a cooking show now.
Oh man, I think the topics, yeah, definitely is going to.
No, you got things to talk about. I need this really different.
Oh my God.
Look, I got toothpaste to talk about tomorrow.
Anyway, I'm waiting for Alan to come and join the show officially, so we could really get into the analysis. Alan is going to give us a breakdown of what he saw on the grounds today, and then we're also going to discuss how we think this election is actually going to go based on what we saw today. We're definitely going to take some look at some past results, so that we could keep track of what's going on. And definitely, we're going to be able to. We're hoping to call this election early, and once the government farm, the coverage is done. So, Reese, how
what you
do
say
you
was gonna
see?
uh-huh.
Hmm? Read
What you say?
Alisa's message. Read Alisa's message real quick.
No, she said I see nothing wrong with a born Kilishan and individual living abroad having the opportunity to vote at all. So although we live abroad, I comment this change. But pretty much what she's saying is nothing is wrong with somebody living abroad, um, having the opportunity to vote, contribute towards the country, have houses, land, pay taxes. That is true. But again, the magnitude of your contribution to the magnitude of an individual who lives there and who's dealing with things daily is not the same. So you're telling me that your vote should carry the same weight, even though you don't have to deal with the consequences of the vote at the same level. I don't agree.
I mean, Reese, it's the way how I guess because you might not have any interest in going back to Nevis. You may,
No, Ira, it's not about interest. I live in the present day, So if
Yeah.
Nevis turn off tonight and they can't call the election, me and you good.
Hmm. Yeah, but
How long got to feel?
so
How long got to feel
so
it?
you just want to
How long
walk
got?
into a situation that however it is.
No, when it's my time to deal with the situation, you deal with the situation.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if you realize if you have a vested interest in a place, you should keep your eyes on the price because I feel like Alan said that's done. Let me talk about today. So what do you think CCM would need to win? NRP would need to win this election today.
Right. So right now, from what I have heard or what I have seen, there seems to only be one seat that is up for grabs. The seat that seems to be up for grabs is in St. James's. The election is going to go 3-2. Um, I have JD winning in town. I have I have the Premier retaining his seat in St. John's. I have Eric retaining his seat, and I also have Cleon Sableton retaining her seat. So JD should be winning in St. Paul's. That's what I expect. And over in St. James right now, gonna be closer than it was for Federal. So you got to wait till it come down to the end.
Okay. Um, is the anger you're seeing it is who say government imposing certain taxes which may be deemed as over the top of unnecessary can be the reason I wanna vote for fair taxes. Okay. I mean that's a good point. But you see, Reese doesn't have to pay any taxes. Reese doesn't have Reese if Reese is not feeling that pressure, and I think that is why Reese has the stance that he has right now. If, for instance, a government was to move in and a government decided we're raising the tax to a ridiculous amount for your property tax, and Reese owns a property in Nevis, and if you don't take it, we're taking your property, then Reese might feel more inclined to vote. But at this point in time, Reese has no
Aaron,
interest in voting.
check this out. How much you pay for your property up Hamilton? Roughly,
You know,
property tax. Roughly about 500 a year, about that, right? I think last
you
year I
know,
talked to him, it was about 526 or something like that.
you
I
know.
paying 2000. I paying 2,000 mortgage. So I paying 2,000 mortgage a month versus 2,000 US mortgage a month versus 526 for a year. Should my vote hold the same way?
You might be
I
paying
just show you.
mortgage to
I,
Reese.
I just show you in a I just show you in a month. My mortgage is more than what I pay for the entire year for the house.
Reese, you might be paying mortgage as well. You might be paying mortgage. I mean, what if you were paying the mortgage for that house that you speak of? I mean, you're fortunate that you're not.
What
There's
you say
people who
for?
live overseas. There's people who live overseas that are paying a mortgage for their home in St. Kitts and Nevis, you know. But you're fortunate that you're not. So if you were paying a mortgage in St. Kitts and Nevis, but you're not, so that's what I'm saying. If your circumstances had looked a little different, then maybe your stance would have been different as well.
No, yeah,
And that's
sounds
how I
something
feel.
different.
So today I think the road for victory for CCM is they have to, of course, retain key seats. They have to retain St. James. If St. James is actually up in play, then that is going to be a battleground. I think NRP needs St. James because I think it's going to be a real uphill battle for NRP to defeat the Premier in St. John's. St. Paul's, I think CCM they don't need St. Paul, but they would like to retain St. Paul. Um, St. Paul NRP needs St. Paul for the government. They need St. Paul for the government. And NRP also need St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's, I think there have been a lot of hype around St. Thomas's as if St. Thomas's is up for play. I did see some numbers in terms of voters that were added, voters that were added between the last 5 years. I think it was somewhere around 514 voters. Now, the hype might just have been a distraction. So I think NRP definitely needs St. Thomas's to win. CCM doesn't need St. Thomas's to win. So CCM needs to retain St. John's. They need to retain St. George's, and they need to win St. James's. St. James's is going to be the battlefield that everyone is going to be paying a lot of attention to tonight. Reason being is that St. James's is in a particular situation where they are fortunate enough to be voting for either the premier or the deputy premier. So they now really had a big decision to make. I mean, everyone had a big decision to make, but they they could have the leader of the island. Um, you would think just that alone would entice people in St. James's to vote for Janice, because when you look at it in that way, um, having the premier means you have the person with, I would say, the most say in the government, and that would mean your constituency might get a lot of well needed attention. So if St. James thinks in that manner, then maybe you might see a tight battle in St. James. St. James is actually CCM country. The reason why I would call St. James CCM country, because I think CCM would have won St. James's in 1992. And I'm going to pull up some results and we're going to talk about it. And I don't think St. James's has ever been lost after that. You know what I mean? Reese, your mic is off. Your mic, your mic is off, Reese. Um,
All right, you got me now?
yeah, we got you back.
All right, cool.
So I giving the people in Nevis credit here, Jetty Taylor, because Jetty Taylor one time, long time supporter of Real Entertainment Network. Um, Reese, do you see us going for a long time tonight, or you think the election is going to be called early?
Well, I think really and truly, St. Thomas's and St. George's should be the first two that we get everything from. I think those those are in a sense foregone.
Reese, almost look like we're getting election results. Even that, I just see the page going, or will it say by 12? Sorry to cut you off, but I see the page get active. Let me take a listen and see. Okay, okay, hold on. Go ahead, say you were saying, Reese. Go ahead, say what you were
No,
saying. Sorry to cut
I
you off.
was I was saying that Nevis Fair we should get those results quickly. I think by 11 o'clock, um, their time, we should already knock those two out of the gate. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think that St. John's, if you start counting in Bath, going back towards Cox, I think that that one could be called early, depending on the lead that the Premier may have, the lead that Ballot may have, depending on who takes the lead. I think when it comes down to it, it's going to be St. Paul's, which I expect to go to JD, and it's going to be St. James's, which is right now a coin flip. I think I think St. James's is going to be a lot closer this time than it was for the federal.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we are.
Of course, we're gonna have to look at the boxes and see what are the key boxes that you would have to look at to figure out, where.
So I think that's where we are right now.
Participants, of course, they know what is at stake, and as a result, they turn up and they cast their vote.
Okay, hold on.
Now, I can't tell you
Let
what
me. Okay, I cut that off. So yeah, the thing, the page actually went live. I think Alan is with us now. I'm not even certain. Alan, are you with us? Alan, I can't hear you. You might have to leave and rejoin the call. I don't know what just took place, but something took place. Appreciate you, Donovan. We always appreciate the feedback. We definitely appreciate the feedback, and the problem that I have here is now we're waiting for Alan to join. Go ahead, Reese. What you were saying?
So somebody just here messaged me. They're telling me that um, Alexis look like he gonna win, but they're gonna be very very tight. So
Hmm.
expect a recall. Expect a recount. So I think we are now once you start going to recall drought. Not what comes out of that. That's a
No,
long night. Once you
we
start
would
going to
have to
recall,
be here.
that's a
We will
long
have
night.
to be here all night, and I don't intend to be here all night. Okay, um, I really don't intend to be here all night. So
So right now that's what it is.
yeah, okay, I mean, it makes for interesting battle over there.
Um, Another message just come in here. If they count the Brownhill boxes first, if Pat is behind, she lose.
Okay, so we're saying that Pat needs Brownhill
Pat,
to win.
Pat needs apparently that's what they're saying. That Pat needs Brownhill to win. Apparently there's three boxes in the primary school over there. She would need majority of the three to win. Again, it's just messages that people sending as they come in. I read them. It's interesting.
So I don't know how this election coverage is going to be. Like the results are gonna come in. For the last election, every time election results came in, the supervisor election would come on screen. I am hoping for that same that same kind of vibe for this election. To be honest, for us to get these results, because otherwise, what I'm looking at, I'm looking at the election coverage page, and I'm hearing, I think, is the voice of the Van Radio election coverage team. So let's just hope that we could have a visual, and with that visual, we could get in. So you're saying that Pat needs Alan, you're there? Okay, okay, we're gonna bring you over now. And
I
so yeah, join.
wanna I wanna me to home vote. I wanna me none of that. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I just look on Van page and Van is live.
Yeah, Van is going to be live, but the idea is are they going to share the wealth, and we're going to be able to see. Alan, can you give us a test on your mic, please? It's very low. Try again. He
Hello?
was fine before.
Yeah, yeah, just hear you. No, I don't just hear you. Go ahead and talk.
Well, this thing kind of very easy. If you're speaking about that, well, it's, um, that
Alan, you're low, by you're low.
you can hear.
Okay. Yeah, he's very low. I don't understand why. Okay. Alan, see if you could figure out what's going on with your mic, real quick. And so, Reese, your volume might have been turned on your computer. Well, um, big up Iona, big up Iona, definitely. A part of that is the boxes. I guess sometimes they close later. Yeah, sometimes they close later. Alan, your mic was fine before, you know. We cannot hear Alan. Alan, give yourself a restart and come back and join us. Give your computer a restart and give us a join back, just in case something holding on to your sound. I'm hoping we're not having a familiar issue. Okay, um, so what's the race we have for some people might not actually know the race that we have tonight. So let's go to the head to heads. So in Nevis one, we have JD Keynes and Spencer Brand going up for Charlestown. That's the St. Paul's parish. Reese is saying that he thinks that JD Keynes will take it. I don't know. Reese, why you feel like JD is going to win?
No, I think that JD has built a steady pace going into the election. And if you look at it, Brand never really won by a big margin initially, right? And I don't think that he has done enough to maintain his position. I think that he's going to slip, and I think JD is going to be advantageous. Um, I could have JD winning by almost 150.
I think
Alan, say
I
that
could hear.
again.
I
Yeah,
could
you
hear.
Yeah,
hear now.
yeah.
Okay.
You sound
I
like you
said that's a
got a little. You sound like you got a little short circuit or something. You sound like your wire guy might get in a little short circuit. I think that might be where your issue lie, because you're in and you're out. Yeah, Reese, I tend to agree with you. I don't know if though JD is a newcomer, she Charleston tend to lean green when the voter turnout is high. I would love to hear from Alan what he thinks the voter turnout was today, from what he saw. Alan, try again.
hello.
Yo,
Yeah, you're good.
Hello.
wait.
We could hear you,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You can't hear us. Yeah, we could hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Every time you talk, I tell me something.
Well, you got. It seemed like you got to bring the mic close to you for some reason.
I've, I've been hold on right there.
Yeah. So just go back a little bit. You don't have any link on your cable? No. All right. So yeah. I tend to think once Charleston is actually activated, it's going to lean towards NRP. Let me take a look
Huh.
at when Spencer Brown would have won. Yeah.
Like for example, y'all feel like the voice note from Hazel is gonna have an impact on the vote.
Alan, for some reason your mic is
No,
try.
I hear what he said, but
I hear what he said, but it's not clear. Maybe you want to use a different USB side.
maybe
So his question was, do we think that the voice note?
voice
It's not a
change,
voice note. It was actually a speech. I
recorded
think,
speech.
yeah, recorded speech. But yeah, Reese, go ahead and pick up that one.
No, I don't think is impactful. And I'll tell you why. See, there's a lot of things that came out, but they came out too late. Right? So it wouldn't have had enough time to build, to gain momentum, to gain steam. I think if the voice note from from Brandywell came out, let's say a week, 2 weeks before, most of 2 weeks before, prior to nomination day, definitely it'd have been more
Hmm.
impactful. I think with it coming out 2 or 3 days before the election, I think at that point, 99% of the people might have made up. I think if it came out earlier, it'd have been a lot more impactful.
Um, yeah, my thought on it is, um, there might have been people on the fence. There might have been people who uh who wasn't sure. I don't know how impactful, to be honest, it's going to be in terms of numbers, but my idea is the voice note I mean the voice note no, but is the recording the real thing? Was her actually working against the government? So the voice note is one thing, the recording is one thing. That may not, my thing is, what is the voice note indicating? It might be indicating that she might have been working all along. That might have just been a last reach to whatever, but she might have been conversing within her influence. She would have had some influence as a junior minister. I think she had some influence, and maybe she would have been working. So my thought may not lean towards the voice note as much as her impact as much on the election. The voice note itself might be for, I think she kind of compare a Vance Amri administration versus a Mark Brantley administration, and I think there is that kind of comparison always, where some people say the Vance Amri administration is totally different to the Mark Brantley administration, the old CCM versus the new CCM, and they may not click. For some reason, you hear the talks about Vance Amri may not have been in the best light with the current CCM administration. They talk about Van Sammy being pushed out from the party, and all of these things were things that were kind of in the background, and you would hear the murmuring and you would hear people talk about it. But it feels like when she came out and she started speaking about certain things, it feel like it kind of validate a lot of these rumors that we've been hearing for a very long time. And if so be the case, some people might feel disrespected in some shape or form because they're loyalists to Van Samry. So I think it may have some sort of impact. The actual message, I don't know how significant the impact would be, but my focus would be more on what Hazel Brandy would have been doing herself, because I don't think she just get up and decide, oh, I am going to share this message, and it's just words. Her action may have already led those words. You know what I mean? Her action may have already led those words, and she might have already been working.
I don't know if in the climate of in the climate of news that too many people will be willing to risk that, knowing that as a sitting junior minister, they will still be willing to go out publicly and canvass because what get wrong fast, eh? Just like how this speech was circulated very rather quickly. I think that I don't know if necessarily should have been willing to risk that.
But Reese, for a very Reese, we have been saying here on this show that most of the topics that we feel like Hazel was out. Our indications gave us that Hazel has been out for a very long time. So I
No,
don't even understand
that
what you mean.
that may be the feeling, but just until you are out, you still got the paycheck to bring home, eh? You still got the family to feed.
Yeah, yeah.
Until you're out,
She re- she was
you don't want to
she
cut
was
your paycheck 2 months short.
she resigned, right?
I don't know. I've never heard that she was in.
I
I
thought
never heard that she was.
I thought that was the whole conversation.
I never heard
That
that
she
she was
had.
in.
I think that was the conversation.
So that that is the thing. And if she resigned in a voice note, then her resignation would have been very late, right? So then she still got to take care of her family. It's unlikely that you're willing to go out and risk it like that. Because as we have seen, governments have no problem in dropping nobody.
Yeah. Um. I I guess I can't necessarily disagree with you on that comment that you just made. You know, it is logical. It is logical. So I would say, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. That is a good point. I don't know. We don't understand what is going on Alan Powell's side, and but hopefully he is he's able to rectify it shortly. Um, this is election coverage by Real Entertainment Network, and we're going to take you into the formation of the next Nevis Island government. Hopefully, that comes before the hour of 12 o'clock, as DJ Woodis has
12 o'clock.
mentioned, but I don't see it either, Reese. I don't
12
see
o'clock, you
it.
saying, no boy?
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see
Yes.
it being that.
Especially if boxes are close. We could expect a lot of results.
Well, there was a talk. There was a talk that they made a change in the way how they're going to be counting the boxes. I don't know if it is true.
Talking of what?
Um,
Of the
that the
location where the
boxes.
boxes are going to be counted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm hoping that is
If
true.
Well, from my hold on, they said the supervisor now. Come.
Is he? Or he is?
Volume.
Site in each district. As such, we expect that our first set of results may not be available before 9 or somewhere thereabout. Also, we have had to allow for all voters who were in line at 6 p.m. to vote. However, at each counting station, and you have been told where these stations are, additional persons have been assigned to assist the returning officers with the counting of ballots, thereby speeding up the counting without compromising the accuracy of the count. Again, this is allowed by law. In the interest of transparency, we have invited media houses to obtain video footages of the counting. This is an innovation not required by law, but authorized by the Electoral Commission. It is our hope that such records will further explain the processes of elections and serve as a teaching tool for our schools. I wish to acknowledge the work of the returning officers, presiding officers, poll clerks, the staff of the electoral office, the security forces, drivers, caterers, messengers, the printery staff, the voters, the candidates and the agents, and the current and past members of the Electoral Commission in the execution of today's exercise. I also want to thank those private institutions, including the churches, schools, and businesses that allowed their buildings to be used as voting sites. I also wish to thank all of the registration officers, the ministry and staff of the ministry responsible for electoral matters, the Coast Guard, police officers, and all those whose efforts on which my successes have been built. Finally, and most importantly, I thank Almighty God for his blessings on all of us, for all of you who prayed for me and offered an encouraging word, and to my entire family for their unwavering support. Here now are the first set of results. These results are as follows. Therefore, District 1, St. Paul's, Charlestown. Polling Station 1A, located in the Charlestown Primary School, where there were 450 registered voters. Of that number, 256 persons cast their votes. Of that 256 persons who cast their votes, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement amassed 150 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement obtained 150 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes, and there were 2 rejected ballots. Again, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement obtained 150 votes, 150, and J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots. Polling Station 1B, located at the Charlestown Primary School as well, where there were 492 registered voters. 252 persons voted. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement obtained 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes, and there was one rejected ballot. Again, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes, and there was one rejected ballot. I return you to master control until additional information comes to hand.
All right, Reese.
Yo,
You're gonna have to go over those numbers. Um, we had the first set of results.
first set of results coming in by first set of results for Nevis one.
Mm,
Box 1A, which is the Charleston Primary School. There were
yeah.
256 votes cast. Spencer Brown would have gotten 150. JD Keynes would have gotten 104. There were two rejected ballots. So you're looking at Spencer Brown coming out of that box with a 46 vote lead. Then 1B, Charleston Primary School again. 252 votes cast. Spencer Brown got 133. JD Keynes had 118. There was one rejected ballot. So right now you're looking at Spencer Brown having 283 and JD having 222. So JD currently is down by, from my estimate, I think it's 61. Of course, we know it's a long night. We still have many more boxes to come in. Many more boxes to come in. So we just keep monitoring the count. You know,
Okay,
this 61 is a small margin. Eh?
I'm gonna just tell you what that would have looked like. Remember the numbers, eh? So we got 1A. So 1A, which box is the biggest in St. Paul's? The biggest box in St. Paul's at a
Isn't it the Methodist Church?
well, no, the Methodist Church is no longer the Methodist Church.
Where Charleston,
Uh,
no. Where the
yeah,
vote?
yeah. Um, so she would have received. Let me look at that now. I'm gonna have to bring up the thing. So in in 2007, in 2007, we would have seen Spencer Brand get an amount of 126 in 1A, and Roberto Hector would have gotten 100. 2017, I mean, Roberto Hector would have gotten 100. Um, in 1B, we would have seen Spencer Braga receive 129 votes, and Roberto Hector would have received, 2017, yes. Spencer Brown would have received 100. I mean, Roberto Hector would have received 113. So whereas lead coming out of that box would have been that polling station, sorry, would have been 42. How much is it now?
61.
Okay,
61.
so an
So
increase.
you would have seen where Spencer Brown would have actually gained votes in both boxes. Um,
Yeah.
Now JD of course gained votes as well, but in comparison, the margin, the votes that she would have gained are a lot less than what Spencer would have gained. So that's where we're at currently. But as we said, it's a long night. More action ahead.
More action ahead.
More
There's
action
more
ahead,
action
man.
ahead.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Yeah.
Um, I would have thought that we would have been getting the jingle and boxes first. Get those out the way, but so much for wishful thinking.
That would have been nice. That would have been one seat where we're looking to call early. But what do you think JD would need if she wanted to really secure a win in this election? Let me pull up the old 2017 election, right?
Um,
So
Hold on,
the, the
we never answer Adele question. What is the biggest box in St. Paul's?
1B was the biggest
One.
box in the last. Yeah, 1B was the biggest box in the last election. 1B was the biggest box. Do you, Reese? Do you have the boxes right now for the current elections?
No, I
Um,
don't. Because they move some stuff around.
can Okay, let me see if I could get that for you
Yeah,
real quick.
but with that being said, we're hoping for we're hoping for everything to continue flowing smoothly. Hopefully we can get the results quicker. I don't
Yeah,
want to be
so
here.
yeah, we definitely don't want to be here all night. Adele, so just to answer your question, we're gonna give you the current box sizes as soon as we get those for the current election. But this last election, 2017, we would have 1B would have been the largest box. 1B would have been the largest box. So 1B would have been 432 registered voters.
This one is 492
What?
this time.
Yeah, 1A would have been 385 voters. Now, let me show you what's going on here, Reese. We need to go back to a year when NRP would have won an election with in St. Paul's, right? And let us see if they're just dead in the water when it comes to constituency number one, right? In 2006, when NRP would have won that election, in I don't think I guess that box didn't exist.
Remember boxes move around, eh? So and then they
That
also
box
split
didn't.
boxes. They also split
Yeah,
boxes
yeah,
as well.
yeah, yeah. So I would think that box would have been the St. Paul's Anglican box, where because I don't see a St. Paul's Anglican box. No, but that used to be
Okay.
710.
Chef has answered the question. Charleston Prime is the biggest box. Then
Then
Prep.
prep.
Prep, which would have formerly been the Methodist Church, which was moved over due to renovations.
Yeah. So coming out of in 2006, Roberta Hector would have been trailing the then Michael Perkins by 11.
Mm.
They would have been trailing by 11. He would have picked up some steam in the Methodist box, which would be the prep box, and he would have then taken over and led by 50. Well, he would have won that box by 50. And then he also lost St. Paul's. So based on it, you have to see a tight holding in the courthouse box for NRP if your prediction is to hold, Reese. And NRP needs to roll in with prep with a very substantial lead going into the quarters box, because that quarters box usually favors CCM. But now the boxes look different. The magistrate box as well is another one that might be in play too, and that one is also a CCM box. So I don't know, Reese. You might be losing this one. You know, this one, this prediction that you have might
I don't know. I'll say one thing. Off rip, if we call it,
that
if
would be Stony Grove area.
if um if JD isn't able to secure this victory, then I think we will call an election early.
Well, yeah.
Hamilton,
Um,
which box? Which box Hamilton people voting on,
prep,
right?
prep. The prep box that used to be the Methodist box.
Methodist Church. Okay.
Yeah. So if they, yeah, Hamilton, yeah, they vote in prep. If prep doesn't come in with a substantial lead, what's the deficit? How many is she behind by right now?
61.
61.
Yeah.
He look kind of rough for JD to to overturn. Why do they
Um.
have to move the boxes?
I
You don't
don't.
think they moved them this time?
No, they don't. No, they don't move them. They move them. Cause I receive videos of the police moving boxes. But I agree, Adel. I think that when the polling station closed, if each party has individuals working in the polling station, they should be able to trust those people. Close the door with whoever law enforcement, however police there, and do the count right there and then submit your number. I think we could have our
Hmm.
results back within an hour, 2 hours after the polls close because it's showing us about our night and foolishness that can't deal with it by.
Yeah. So that is how that one is looking right now. That one is looking like it going to CCM.
I,
Uh, that is
I don't,
30% up.
I don't start with my pick for now, man. I
Yeah.
still think that I still think that JD should be able to pull it out. Remember now, the the gaps has never been big, you know. It's never been a big margin of victory for either party. So this is what it is. Whoever win gonna win, gonna win. But I still going with JD for now.
Um. I understand. I understand. It's just the whole 61 thing is a huge margin to eat up, you know. Because let's go back to some numbers of, like, you know, again, it's kind of hard because the boxes they've changed, but the
That is true.
margin is even into okay, let's go back to 2013, right? You want to go to 2013? Let's go to 2013. um 2013, where Roberto Hector would have lost. No, Roberto Hector would have won. Actually, he would have won. My bad. He would have won that election. I think that was the first time Spencer lost. Roberto Hector would have won by 91 votes overall. 1A was 100. So get your calculator ready, Reese, for me. Get your calculator ready right here.
Uh,
Spencer Brand would have gotten Alan is in. Alan is in and he is loud.
You know, if Alan,
Alan is loud.
you know,
Alan is, yeah, Alan is in and loud. Wow. Alan,
How
you
it
ready?
sound
You
now?
ready? You sound a lot better now.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound a lot better now. We're gonna bring you in because you know results came in, right? So
I am not aware.
oh yeah, St. Paul's one A and one B came in. Get your
Uh,
light, Alan. Get your light.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. Like,
St. Paul's. Okay, here we are. So Alan, we were just looking at the results for. We were just looking for the results. Okay, Reese, how much is Spencer Brand leading by?
Well, Spencer Button is currently leading by 61. So just a recap for 1A.
Hmm.
There have been 256 votes cast, two rejected ballots. Spencer Brand has 150. JD got 104. 1B, there were 252 votes cast. There was one
Hmm.
rejected ballot. Spencer Brand had 133, and JD Keynes had 118. Currently, JD Keynes is behind by 61 votes.
61 votes. So we're looking at 2013. No, the old. I mean, first of all, Alan, how you feel about those results? Expected for NRP? Expected for
um, which box is this? This is
that is
Both,
Marcus.
no, both of
Shiloh
those
Baptist.
are no, both of those are the
CPS.
Charleston
They
Primary
move.
School.
They move. Yeah, the CPS box.
Have you all looked at what has been in the past?
Well, that is what I was about to pick up now. So, those boxes used to be in the Shiloh boxes, Shiloh Baptist box, right? So, Reese, you have a calculator ready?
Yeah, let's
Spencer
go.
Brown would have gotten 141
Uh huh.
in 1A, and he would have gotten 116 in 1B.
Okay.
This is a year that NRP would have retained the seat. They would have won by 90 to 91 votes. Roberto Hector would have gotten 128 in 1A
Okay.
and 140 in 1B. So it's 161 for Spencer Brand, 141 for Spencer Brand,
Mm-hmm.
140 for Roberto, 128 for Roberto.
Uh-huh.
What does
So
what is it
Roberto would have
looking like
been
now?
ahead by 11. Roberto would have
11
had
points.
268, and
Okay.
the CCM candidate would have had 257.
Okay. Now with that said, the next box is the Methodist box, which is now the prep box, right?
Mm.
The prep box. Well, Susie, and actually Roberto would have won that box in 2013. Those boxes. In the next box would be the Methodist box. This the prep box right now. Roberto would have gotten 140
Uh-huh.
in 135 in 2A and 145 in 2B. Now this is
Okay.
NRP's strong box, in Charlestown. This is a strong box in Charlestown. Spencer
You're looking at
Brand and the
2013, right?
2013, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Spencer Brand would have gotten 109 and 78.
Okay. And so you'd have had Hector having 280, and you'd have had Brand having 187.
Hmm.
So Spencer would have been ahead by 93.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Not
How?
Spencer.
Let me,
Hector would have been ahead by 93. Sorry.
oh, okay.
Spencer would have been behind by.
It was like the match did not add up. That's well. What about the box? Go ahead, Alan.
You're trying to compare a scenario where NRP won this as opposed to 2017, which was more recent.
We did
How
the
come I've been I watch?
2017 one. We
Oh,
did the
oh,
2017 one already. Yeah,
oh.
we did that already. We did that already. But we can revisit it. We could revisit it. We already did that.
I feel
Least you
you.
still have the number for 2017.
No, the number for 2017 is them. That's right.
Alan, you have them in front of you right now.
Yeah, Brand had 255
Mm-hmm.
in CPS overall, and Hector got 213. So really and truly, Brand extend the advantage there. He came out of the in front by 42.
That's two.
Yeah, and then is in Methodist now. Hector would have won one. Me I say win. Um, he received 133 votes. No, no, no. Overall, it was 252 as compared to Brand, which was 152.
Hmm.
So basically, if JD is going to win,
He
um,
has to win.
the,
He has to win per box.
the Methodist box has to be speaking to her
And it has to be
in
speaking
English
substantially.
and maybe in Espanol,
Yeah.
you know, and maybe yeah, I
Yeah,
tell
the
you.
Espanol part. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You're currently looking at JD would need about a hundred vote margin.
Coming out. Coming out
Coming on,
of
she got to be ahead by 100 votes.
coming out because the quotas. Alan, you have the new numbers for the new boxes? For the boxes for this year?
Well, Aaron, not so
You
much
said
coming
in,
up. No, go
Hmm?
ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
I just
no, no,
wanted
no.
to know how much people in the quotas.
I think I'll message somebody.
Okay.
No, she don't have to be ahead by 100, but she have to win the boxes by 100. She could be ahead by
Yeah, yeah.
20, but she got to
Yeah, yeah,
get
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Because if she
Understood.
doesn't get ahead going into the courthouse, will be a problem. Could be challenging.
Okay.
Magistrate
Siobhan
court
said the magistrate is 858. Siobhan, just
450
go ahead
boy.
and say, yeah, 458. 458.
Boy, I said a number there and I said, wow.
Boy,
Santo Domingo by, oh gosh, man.
a
We're
lot of
talking about what? So a lot
lot of
of
Spanish for me, boy.
that are more than
Wow.
in the Methodist. That are
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
in
And I,
everywhere.
so let us take a look at what the increase in the constituencies look like. Alan, you have those numbers for each constituency?
Hold on,
I
hold
know
on.
what stand out to me. Charleston was 172. I mean 272, right? That stood out to me. St. James was in the 200s, as well as St. George's, they were in the 200s. But you had St. John's and St. Thomas's in the
I'm
500s.
seeing
580.
272
Yeah.
in Charlestown, 518 in St. John's, 231 in St. George,
Mm-hmm.
270 in St. James, and 514 in St. Thomas's.
514 votes added in St. Thomas's parish. 500 in statistics, right? When you have a number that is not aligned with the others, you call them outliers, right? That, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The amount of people that has been added to that box. St. John's has always been a dense populated place. So maybe that's what he always looked like. I don't know. We would have to look into that. But in itself didn't make sense either. If it was 300 and something, it would have make a little more sense. If it was closer to the 200, it would have make more sense. But honestly, something doesn't make sense to me. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know where those coming from. I don't know. There was an influx of people migrating to St. Thomas's and St. John's in the last 5 years. There was an influx of people migrating to St. Thomas's and St. John's in the last 5 years. Those numbers don't make sense. What do you think about it? What do you think about it, Reese?
Um, like you say, it kinda hard, right? Like you said, is we are considered to be an outlier. But people move around. But I don't think the number
Uh,
is
uh,
supposed to be that high. I don't think
I'm
the
hearing
margin is supposed to
about
be.
200 votes at the magistrate court, approximately.
Okay.
I'm getting a number here for the High Court.
Tyron, there weren't any heavy low income houses built in St. Thomas's in the last 5 years. Remember, no one has been representing St. Thomas's for the last 5 years, Tyrion.
Um,
Not 500 and something more. What?
I, I can't. That's where I don't have to say. I understand. I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah. Not 500. Not
But
500 and
but
something. What?
I hear
Hmm.
in another 160 votes at the High Court.
And those are two CCM strong boxes. Unless JD would have tapped into some Stony Grove roots. I don't know. Or, and this is why, for me, I think in the NRP would be a bit disappointed with the numbers coming out of the CPS box. I would if I was a strategist on the NRP side, following the numbers, I would have been a little concerned going into the next box, which is the Hamilton box, because the margin of victory, and I think we have results. Oh no, we don't. The margin of victory has to be, like we've said, maybe over 100, which is hard.
Um, you have already put into context that the
Hmm.
NRP is fighting like an uphill battle in this race. Right? CCM
Hmm.
is definitely favored to win the election. That's fair.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
Um, I feel like we're gonna get some St. George's results soon. St. George is the only place I didn't actually
Is
visit
it?
um
Hmm.
in the polling stations.
Tell the people why.
Um,
Tell the people why. Tell the people why.
where Eric was in. Eric don't tell you well. I gonna wrap up that I gonna be in town. I gonna be somewhere helping people. He not cancel, so me not cancel. Ginger and his name. But I will tell you, I did end up seeing a nice story.
Alan, I can handle that. I can handle that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I well, I venture upon something in Ginger. You know, it does have the Christmas tree lighting, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, let me look for the brother name. But I ended up going across it, and it's actually one man, really and truly does do it. And it's like he was over there, and he had a little one two people there helping him. But I feel like the community need to come around the brother a little bit stronger. I tell myself I'm gonna big him up. Vaughn, let's do the Christmas tree lights. I'm telling you, that's the best Christmas tree light in Nevis right now. That man take the cake. And since that man really invest, he was telling me how is somebody who live in the Virgin Islands. Um, he buy all the lights, he buy all the like the decorations and all them kind of thing there. So when you see
Mm.
the elaborate thing, is like he has made his money outside of Nevis, but he just wanna give back because Christmas is like a special time of year for he, and he would like Zion people to get something nice to look forward to, and then this thing like come out and be like, I'm telling you, this is the top Christmas tree lighting in a Nevis, and it was kind of rough to see the bass out there and to know exactly how elaborate and Cyrus be, and it was just
Mm-hmm.
he. And if he could have get a little hand, he could have finished that there so much faster.
Mm.
I, I tell myself, this is where I'm at, like actually missing. If you understand what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
because yeah, it need by I know time and so difficult, but if more hands could have been there, what is a 2 week job, a 3 week thing could easily be by a couple of days, and we put up them lights here. Cause really and truly, he will like for the Christmas tree like even weekend, but that's just a matter of hands on. So I just wanted to
Okay.
get up and big up the boss. He said hopefully though by the 20th, Christmas tree lighting.
Okay. So
But
you're
if
not ready yet. So
but if more hands reach there, it could be ready even sooner.
you putting in hands too?
Um, I don't want to promise tomorrow. I would like to reach Wednesday though. I would like to reach there for Wednesday. Cause, I mean, I really got nothing to do. But tomorrow, because I don't know how long they're gonna draw this thing out tonight, and then we got to deal with the topics tomorrow to wrap up the aftermath. You know, I got to see the pictures of the celebrations. Watch me
Mm.
drinking the Guinness with the winners. So we
Mm.
got to go through all them things. So I can't promise tomorrow, but for
Okay.
Wednesday,
Okay.
yeah. Got only two Guinness me and drink, regardless of who win.
Well, so there's also taking this precious time coming in. Again, as we see, I don't know if it's recounts or what, but Alan, do you think CCM has a chance winning all five? That's been their motto for this election.
Okay, we could talk about that. The insiders of the concerned citizens movement feel like 4-1 is easy. They don't think that this election is anything to speak about. So
Hmm.
from a CCM perspective, this is an easy 4-1, and 3-2 3-2 would be hard to accept at this point from a CCM perspective. While the NRP is a feeling of hope, that
Alan,
is the
yeah, I see what you're saying. How do you see that a 62% voter turnout in that particular box is favoring the incumbent? Is that a sign?
um
Who's that?
generally in the elections that I've seen when the government changes, the turnout is in the 70s. I think that was what I was seeing. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone so I can see properly.
So you feel like 60% is still 60% to me is a good. Well, I guess it's not high, but I think it's still substantial in terms of a voter turnout.
62 is a regular local
That's a
election
regular.
turnout. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, Generally, what people were saying was that this wasn't like federal election. You normally have a swell in the afternoon alone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, Local election, you got it early morning, like before people go to work. You got around like a 1 o'clock kind of little thing, and then that drift off, and then you had the like after work people who finish work 4 o'clock. And as long as you're in the line by 6, generally you won't get to vote. Um, but because also you had the situation where a lot of people went in early in the middle, so that's how come you're going generally you're not going to be struggling to get to the 50s
I
generally in
don't know.
local
I
election.
might I might have added the wrong numbers. I'm hearing it's 54% actually turned
Oh,
out.
let's
We may
see.
have to look at that. Reese, you could do the numbers for me.
Whatever you want me to do.
The percentage turnout for those two boxes. I thought I calculated um 813 for total or something like that. Or I might have looked at the wrong figures.
Um,
Yeah, Alan, sorry to cut you off, Alan, on that one. I'm going to grab some water. I'm a bit parched. And then I'll be back.
I was parched. The
Like a nut.
gentleman is parched.
Like a nut, bro. Like a peanut. Yeah, so the head to head is shaping up in Charleston. I want to know how people are feeling right now. I'm hearing exit exit polls saying 4-1 in favor of CCM. I think before you joined, Alan, recently I discussed that the road to victory, the road to victory for NRP would involve a St. Paul's. If St. Paul's is not won by NRP, we think early on the government is definitely going to be farmed by CCM. Um, is it going to be 3-2? Because we're hearing that St. James might present more of a battleground this time around, but it definitely would seem as though NRP will not be winning the election. It would be very shocking if the premier was to lose in number two.
But I might eat one of my shoes.
It would be very shocking if that was to happen.
right.
Which one of my shoes I want to see me eat?
It's the
If the
I'm with a
premier
man, boy.
lose his seat tonight, I'm going to eat a Nike on live. What are you talking about? That is a high hill to climb.
You're right. I heard the claim. Um, I ain't see it happening.
Listen,
I ain't see it
election
happening.
is like this. When we were watching, for example, we just look at election in August. If you are an opposition and you intend to take over the government, you're gonna have to throw some punches early. They gotta be stiff. And you see it playing out. You know what I'm saying. That's how come I say, like, people of Nevis, regardless of the result, both parties knew the rules. Both parties knew when the election was gonna be kept. They know the list all this thing. Today ain't had no drama in comparison to a lot of election. We ain't hear nobody cussing and saying how Sink It is involved in this election and all this kind of thing. So we're gonna get the results. Nevis people have already conspired and decided who they want in, and it's gonna be apparent early.
Okay.
So if Mr. Brown getting some punch, maybe. But if Mr. Brown is not getting any punch, no. CCM is gonna be strong.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna be
feel that.
sleeping.
So I had JD to win in town. That
And
was the
you
prediction
said
of
by
the board.
150. I was telling you, Reese, that is a tremendous number.
Yeah, I had a jump in on the gate, but I didn't land. I thought coming out to the two primary school, we should have been ahead.
I would like to ask you a question because I mean there are a lot of different theories, about politics.
Mm.
Um, and listen, maybe me not even right, so it may be good that me ask a question. What primary school JD went?
Charles and Bremy. Hold on, man. See results coming, boy. No,
Okay.
yeah, I yeah, put it up on my phone, man.
Yeah, because I raised patch.
119 rejected ballot. One. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 92 votes. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizen Movement got 92 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party got 26 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party got 26 votes. Results for polling station number 2, Gingerland Preschool, District 3. Polling station number 2, Gingerland Preschool, where there were 240 registered voters. 134 persons voted. There were 3 rejected ballots. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 84 votes. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 84 votes, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 47 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 47 votes. Now for district number 5. Polling station 1A, located at the Cotton Ground Community Center. Number 361 registered voters were registered at that polling station. 245 persons voted. There were no spoiled or rejected ballots. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes. And Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 165 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 165 votes. Polling station 1B, located at the Cotton Ground Community Center as well, where there were 336 registered voters. There were 336 registered voters. Of that number, 212 cast their votes. There were no rejected ballots. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 94 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 94 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes. Return to master control.
Okay.
All right, Reese, we got numbers. We got
So
numbers.
four boxes
Gentlemen,
just came in.
gentlemen, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna give y'all a moment to compile the numbers and compose yourself. Okay? I know that y'all did not address the supervisor of election, but I'm gonna address the supervisor of election. Since when are we in London? We don't need better dentures than this. Gentlemen, we're gonna just let the dentures slide. That's what we're doing. This is what we're doing now. Mr. Prime Minister, please, please, let me just let me get a little better than we're not London. Let's upgrade.
So Alan, why you doing that, right?
Go ahead, go ahead, go
Me
ahead.
think- Maybe I think this is the long term because me see the
Oh,
bottom
oh,
look at it.
but
It
I
look like
know
the
you're
red
not
skin.
gonna address it. I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
you
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
address it, but I gonna definitely come to TV. Yeah, we not gonna let that slide.
yeah. No, the teeth them this way, yeah. I watch the thing. I say, what going on there? But but now that you brought it too late and you've spoken about it,
Oh yeah, oh
Lord,
yes,
Lord,
Alan
Lord.
take it.
I'm
Alan
here
take it.
for
The
the jokes
topics
as well.
behavior everywhere, boy.
Yeah,
Everywhere he takes it, the topics behavior. But this is election coverage, and Ira will take his real top behavior everywhere. So, uh, Reese, let me get the numbers now. Let me get the numbers. Let me get some head to heads on the screen. The first set of boxes that we had coming out, to no surprise, cotton ground box. But let's see if there was any traction gain in any of those boxes by Lataya, who would have, been pushing LGB all the way. So that is Nevis number 5. I think we've heard about Nevis number 5 for the entire election. So I really think NRP bit into a piece of bait that CCN gave out there to be distracted.
You think that was a distraction?
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
a
oh yeah,
sacrificial
Okay.
lamb, maybe.
oh yeah. That was a distraction. Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah. That
Mm,
that that
but,
that.
but suppose it is within reason. Wouldn't you say that she put up a good fight in the end? Wouldn't you still call it a cancellation victory?
Well,
You
I
don't think
want to
you know
see.
it's gonna be spun that way. It's only
They
the
can't.
candidates and the lose in the opposition who lose, and even Cleon would be considered. You understand how it's gonna be spun.
No.
The victorious side writes the history.
Yeah.
So you
Well,
have seen in
I would only say. I would only say that I use the words that I heard. The CCM, I've heard the CCM said NRP talking about they lose by less, as if that is something, whatever the case may be. They did well. He never seen nobody happy to lose yet. So I don't see him using that, but who knows? So are we gonna pull up some past results and take a look at it? Reese, do you have the voter turnout for that particular box that we got? I wasn't here for the entire thing. I do apologize that I
Let me
wasn't
do the
here.
let me do the calculation right now for the voter turnout.
Okay, well, give us what you have.
See, that's why I was filibustering. I was giving him time to compile because I know these numbers. And actually, I gonna get in on that too, so we're gonna be able to get through this thing a
You
lot
have
faster.
you have it. You
If,
have it.
if,
You
if,
have it. You have it, Alan.
no, no, I was
Okay.
actually searching for a pen, and as soon as I find the pen, he stopped giving results.
Okay. Can you at
Wonderful.
least tell me what boxes they were? What the boxes
I
were?
know. Listen, all I could tell you is Gingerland and
Mm-hmm.
St. Thomas's. I was scrambling
All right,
so hard.
so we had St. Thomas's 1A and 1B, and the
Okay.
voter turnout thus far for St. Thomas is at 62%. That's where we at. You have in 1A being Cotton Ground Community Center,
Mm-hmm.
361 361 registered voters, 245 votes cast. Cleon Stapleton would have 165, and Latoya Jones has 80. No spoiled
Mm-hmm.
ballots, no rejected ballots. And 1B, also the Cotton Community Center, 336 registered voters, 212 votes cast. Cleon would have 118. Latoya Jones would have 94, no spoiled ballots. So we currently have Cleon ahead by, I said, 283, and Latoya has 174. So Cleon is
Cleon is
ahead by
ahead by, yeah. Come
Cleon is
on
ahead
now.
by 109.
So Cleon would have lost some traction there because she would. Well, Joseph Parry would have been ahead by 135 at this point. You think that is significant, Alan?
Mm, mm, yeah, and come I was saying, even if she loses, if it is a contested seat, it is
Yeah.
gonna be spun at least like there is an erosion. You understand? There is a subtle wave, and
Yeah.
maybe you might look at it in the bigger picture and see that maybe CCM is in fact going to retain if it is that they are contesting so heavily in St. Thomas's. Maybe that's also another way you could look at it too.
That's true.
You
Yeah.
understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause as I'm saying, when you're realistic about like when government going to change, you see the trends of it. In this particular scenario, you don't want to take street. You know when we're dealing with sync, it's the focus is on who reaches to six for us. But in this scenario, it is who win three, and CCM is um particularly um since 1992, which is the first time they won the election,
Mm-hmm.
dominant in some of these constituencies. So they just didn't come back. We're gonna wait to see the results shortly. Hopefully,
All right.
I feel like we need to get some more ginger on.
We did
You
have
want
some Gingerland. So what
you
Gingerland
want
looking
No,
like?
I mean more. But Reese, you could send me a message with the results like that by chance when you get it.
Okay, no problem, I'll send it to you. But currently in Gingerland, we have Eric Evelyn with 176, and you have Rohan Isles with 73. So Evelyn is ahead by 103 votes for two boxes. Um,
Which what are the boxes?
I did not get the first box. The second box was Gingerland Preschool. Gingerland Preschool had 240 registered voters. Voter turnout was 134, and you had three spoil ballots. Evelyn came in with 84. Rohan would have came
Hmm.
in with 47. The first box, if somebody could please tell us what that box was, uh, Evelyn would have had 92, and Rohan would have had 26. No spoil ballots. So you have Eric ahead by 103 at this present moment.
So I guess Rohan would have picked up some steam, at least in the Gingerlam pre-box. I think Corey Tyson would have gotten 29 votes in that box. Eric would have gotten 95. What what did you say was the amount that Eric got last election in that preschool box, Reese?
No, I didn't have the numbers from last election.
No, no, sorry, in the election now, yeah.
No, this one he had 84.
84. So he would have lost some grounds in that box.
The first
The
box was
first
New
box.
River Methodist.
Thank you, Colette. New River Methodist. Okay, so that's box one. And so Corey would have gotten 18, and Eric would have gotten 87. And how does those number how different does those numbers look?
So you
Though?
have Evelyn with 92 and Rohan
Yeah.
with 26.
So both candidates would have picked up a little extra there. The difference is though 87
So Eric would
minus
have picked up
18,
5. Mm.
69, a lead of 69 for Eric in that box. And what's the lead there? Because this is all constellation. This is really a pat on the back for Rohan to say, Rohan, you did well. Um, that's how that looks.
Rohan and Lataya fighting the same race right now.
Yeah.
So the lead coming out of that box is 66. And
So
then the lead overall is over 100.
okay, so Rohan would have 69 instead of 69, it's over 100. Over 100, we need the actual number. Over 100 not good enough for the people.
He's down. Rohan is currently down by 103.
Okay, 103 versus I think versus 66 plus 69,
So the,
135.
so the thing is, if there's a box that comes out of, if the next box that comes out of Jindaland is from Hanley's Road, then
Yeah.
we no longer need any boxes. We'll be able to just call that 100%.
Hanley's
Um,
Road is a big box.
if Nevis used to have the tradition of doing concession speeches, now
Yeah.
would be the time Rohan would get out there and be like, I don't need to say anymore.
No, do not count anymore. The count is over.
Nah, I got, I'm good.
Yeah.
But with
But
that being said, right? When I noticed that Rohan would have been able to garner the support of some youngsters in the Gingerland area. So does this show that he has a possibility that he has a chance coming up that if he keeps with it, he could keep moving forward?
um Hanley's Road is 440 42 voters registered. Uh
Where is Eric from again? Could you remind me
Hanley's
where
Road.
Eric is from?
That
Okay,
was
thank you
last
very much.
year. That was last year. That was last year. That was last election.
That
I
was
don't know what this
August.
election.
That was August. That was
That's
this
the
year.
August election. Okay, because I
Oh,
looking
you
at,
better
I
believe it.
look, yeah,
Oh,
it
you better
is.
believe it.
That is the stamp where Rohan would really have to make some grounds if he wants to really significantly impact. I mean, he can't make grounds at the JLPS school, right? Uh, the hard times one as well. That if he could pick up, he would have to make significant. He would have to pick up significant grounds in all three of those boxes.
Wait. What were you trying to tell me that you think there's a possibility?
No, I'm telling you, you
Oh,
asked a question. You asked a question. I'm saying I just don't see Hanley's Road voting against Rohan middle he name Rohan Eric, right? I don't. The only way Hanley's Road might have vote for first name Rohan is if by accident Eric put he middle name and he mix up the people, right?
mm.
So um really and truly Hanley's Road box is huge and Eric is from Hanley's Road. I think this is why Eric has been even more dominant than Van Samry in the elections because he has a lot of support.
So here's something that we haven't covered tonight, and we need to speak about it. As we all know, there's a third party contested the election. Um,
That we have to cover that.
yeah, because I want to hear some numbers from our. How much votes I think Samuel Kane will be able to pull it?
He will get about 25.
25. I don't know anything.
Uh, Last election, it was about 15.
I think it was something.
Um, I, all I'm gonna say is he went live the other day, and I
Mm,
tuned into the live. I said, "Well, let me see what's going on with the Moral Restoration Party." The peak of the live while I was on was 4 people, and it quickly
mm.
dwindled back down to one. So you know, sometimes you're just there singing and you all by myself. I don't have high hopes.
Elvan said 10. Okay. So, well, at least you say he and Dupont might tie for zero. Lord, man. Lord. Can't be that bad. I gonna give him 20. I gonna give him 18.
Mm,
I
no,
gonna give him 18.
but
Last. No, I give him 18, man. Tarian said one boy. Tarian, you're rough, boy. But I will give him 18. I'm hoping.
Reese,
I'm hoping.
Reese, you had the voter turnout for Charlestown CPS 1 and 2.
All right. CPS 1 and 2. So for CPS 1, you had 256 of
Registered
466. No, 466 registered, 256 voted.
four
And then for
six
Charles,
six.
and 256 voted. And for 1B, it was 492 with 252 voted.
Okay.
That's where we are. In box number one for same part, there were two rejected ballots, and for box number two, there was one rejected ballots.
Hmm. Boy, what was
So that's where we're at.
Okay.
So, so Alan,
Mm-hmm.
you voted,
You know, see my finger? Um,
but you look clean.
because I talented when it come to chemical reactions, but I went and I voted yes.
Okay, but I mean, I would never ask you who you vote for. But what are some of the principles that you voted for in this election? Like, if you had to encourage youngsters to vote, why would you say this is why I choose to exercise my right to vote?
Oh, well, I could answer that part. Um, I am a part of the system.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, I want to benefit from the system.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm definitely looking at it. I am not somebody who is naive enough to feel like the politicians, the people who actually write the laws in the country that I am
Mm-hmm.
in, do not affect my life. And you are afforded the right to determine who these leaders, a right that black people had to die for
Mm-hmm.
to get. Um, is a thing, as I say, you are only able to express it once every 5 years, and I felt the need at this particular moment in time to express my opinion. And the best way I could do it was to go down there and write X by any name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You understand? As I say, you in the system, you know. When you walk in, they're gonna say, Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
When you go into the supermarket, they're going to say that. Uh, the
Mm-hmm.
government, I know who is in charge of the government. When you go in and the boat and you got to pay $1 by the pier in tongue and $5 over Wally. Yeah, everything matters, and so yeah, as I say, you get a chance to express yourself once every 5 years in my country. Well, once every time the whoever is the premier feel like it within a 5 year span.
Mm-hmm.
And I took my opportunity this time to go down there and Pumex.
Yeah, Alan, you know, the people asking who you vote for. The question coming, Alan,
Yeah, yeah,
who you,
I know.
who you rate your ex?
I
But
know.
he, well, so okay. So, what are some of the principles that you voted for? Then you're not comfortable answering that one.
Yeah, I want to keep going there a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
Because by listen, I could isolate it and break it down into one thing area. But
Mm-hmm.
no, we gotta be better than that. Me better than that.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, you know, that is the thing when it comes to election, eh? When you cast your vote, it is done in privacy. It is
no.
something that you,
So
if you share it if you want, you keep it private to yourself. If you if you
I'm looking at something here. You realize that the voter turnout in CPS one was lower than 2017.
oh, was it?
2017 will have been 58.7%,
Mm-hmm.
and this year, if I'm seeing correctly, it's 54.9%. And in CPS three will have been 56%, whereas
Mm-hmm.
this year I'm seeing 51.2%.
Hmm.
And by the way, Big up to everybody at the polling station, because this was the only question I was asking at the polling station. I wasn't asking nobody the business who come go vote or what you see. I mean, I can't say about that. I was basically going to the persons who were working outside, and I was asking them, "How the traffic looking like?"
Yeah.
You know, so. But
You got answers?
oh, yeah,
Okay.
is there were the people who are telling me like how things looking? As I said, I wasn't. There is no malicious. I get a hard time in one particular place with some ladies, and they was just laughing after me being sincere, and they hurt me
Yeah.
hard. But that's alright.
Oh,
That's
your
alright.
whole heart.
Yeah. I tell you, man, you got me divulging all of me thing. You asking me where my credentials, what kind of media person looks on, all this kind of thing, and they got to be defending real entertainment network and all this thing, and someone just stressing me out.
It look like we're getting results.
Okay, that good.
The
I know
counting
what you say.
down.
What kind of media person looks so? Was it
Yeah,
look of a media person? Was it look of a media person?
Not like Alan.
but the
That's what,
first the
that's
first thing the first thing Tanya said, Alan, even though you're cold, you still got on your beanie.
Alan, let me be, I have to go to Utah. And I don't have one.
Bye.
Let's see what the results about.
I gonna let Dahlia link you up. She know this story.
Results at hand. District 1. Polling station 2A located at the Maud Cross Preparatory School. There were 362 registered voters. 197 persons voted. There was one rejected ballot. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 111 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 111 votes. Polling station 2B, located at the same Maud Cross Preparatory School, there were 390 registered voters. 390 registered voters. Of that number, 225 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected ballots. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Results from District 3. Polling Division number 3, located at Hanley's Road Community Center. There were 487 registered voters. Of that number, 287 persons cast their votes. There were 3 rejected ballots. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 192 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 192 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 92 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 92 votes. Polling Division 4A, District 3, again, this located at the Hard Times Biodiversity. there were 273 registered voters. 273 registered voters. 178 persons cast their vote. There were no spoiled or rejected ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 142 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 142 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. District 4. Polling station number 1. Located at the Butlers Community Center, there were 467 registered voters. 467 registered voters. 276 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot, but there was one spoiled ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 129 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 129 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 144 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 144 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. Polling station number 2, located at the Church of God in Brooklyn, there were 443 registered voters. 263 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 153 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 153 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 108 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 108 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. I now return you to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
Numbers.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Did we just get results? Did we just get 6 set of results? That's where you got it.
Wait, hold
That's where
on.
you got it.
Reese, hold on. Reese attack, but Reese mic off. I was hearing the feed through Reese mic, so I had to turn him off. Reese, sorry about that.
Yeah, we did get 6. We did get 6 of the results.
Okay, well, Reese,
JD in the
this is
lead.
what I want. Wait, hold on. You relax.
My
I know you're hype.
26,
I know you're hype.
16.
I know you're hyper up there, but you relax yourself. Let me and Reese coordinate. Reese,
It's
here's what's
small.
gonna happen.
Oh.
I'm gonna always do the voter turnout, so you ain't even gotta worry about that. You could just focus on boxes and votes. I'm gonna make all the percentages for voter turnout, so you ain't gotta worry about that. All right. You, Ira, I'm sorry for my interjection.
No,
You
you're
may
good.
go
You're
on,
good.
sir.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're
So
good, man.
we have 2 rather intriguing set of results that came in. We had 3 constituencies, but you had the first 2 boxes from St. James, and you also had the 3rd and 4th box from St. Paul's. Now St. Paul's, everything
Wait,
kind of
wait,
tight
wait,
up.
wait.
Wait. We're gonna leave St.
We
Paul's
gonna
for
get we
last.
we gonna get rid of. Why we don't just get rid of the map?
Yeah,
Could we
yeah.
get rid
Come
of St.
on, Reese.
Listen,
Come on.
I
Get rid
don't
of
get
what?
what
Come on.
I don't get what I don't get what for that. I don't get what for me choice of words. I
Yeah.
apologize already. But here's what happened.
Yes.
I'm saying this is not competitive. So
No.
let we leave
Um
with St. George first. Cause we already understand. I did not go to any polling stations in St. George. I understand. So let me deal with that, and then we're gonna get to the sweet stuff.
St. George's.
Tell me about St. George. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about St. George. I wasn't going to talk about St. George because I thought it was a foregone conclusion. But here we go. We had box number 3, Hanley's Road Community Center. Evelyn would have had 192. Rohan would have had 92. And box 4A, the hard times, they call somewhere, but let's say hard times. Eric would have gotten 142, and Rohan would have gotten 36. I think at this point, we all are of the same mind that we're no longer going to focus on constituency number 3.
I would like to big up the people of Hard Times though, because we have our first box where the voter turnout is over 60%. In that box, Hard Times people went out and exercised their franchise, and it was 65.2% of persons who were registered went out to vote. So I would big them up for that.
So
So,
easily we are calling number 3 for Eric Evelyn.
definitely, definitely.
Eric Evelyn will be returned as
We should have
number
already put that.
3. All right. Do we want to go to Nevis 1 or Nevis 4?
I think let's go to News
Um,
4. Because News 1 has gotten a lot tighter, and News 1 is now a prime time movie. So let me go to News 4 first.
I don't know. Nevis 1 is a friend. All right.
No, News 1
So
is a prime time movie.
Nevis 4. This is what Nevis 4 looking like.
Yeah, so the Butler's Community Center, we would have
Mm-hmm.
seen Dr. Janice Daniel Hatch with 144,
Mm-hmm.
and Honorable Alexis Jeffers with 129, Pat Jeffers with 2 votes. Then you go to the Church of God, and you see Honorable Alexis Jeffers with 153, and Dr. Janice
Reese,
Daniel Hatch with 108.
Reese, I would like you to hold on, please. You can't go so fast.
Yeah, he ain't
May,
go
may.
fast, boy.
We have to go one by one when we come down to this now. Cause you see, no, we come down to the interest. No, we reach the sweet part. No, you got to slow down. That's where we go speed after St. George. You see me not stop you? We got to
Mm-hmm.
understand that in 2017 at the Butler's Health Center, Alexis
Mm-hmm.
Jeffers would have gotten 150 votes, whereas Virgil Brown would have gotten one for one. No, not one. Me say one. 91. There was no one. The only one was 91. So Alexis would have come out of that ahead by, oh, this is 59 already. 59. And in
Mm-hmm.
comparison, you say what was the numbers now?
Hey, take any room.
Whoa, it's tough.
Hold on there,
Good
fellas. Hold on,
lungs,
hold
good lungs, good lungs, good lungs, good lungs, good lungs. As we wait for Reese to return.
on. Yeah, so
Reese is okay. Just go
now
ahead.
the numbers will be Jeffers 129 and Daniel
Mm-hmm.
Hadge 144. So she would have a lead of 15 coming out of the, that box, the first box. Now the second box, which will be Church of God, she'll have um Janice would have gotten 108 and Jeffers would have gotten 153. So you're looking at Jeffers winning by 45 in that box.
Okay. and and also in Butlers, it went up by 40 voters, and you could basically say that the 40 voters that it went up by voted for Janice, and that would
Yes,
have
I know.
taken to 131, and then it still had a further 13 because you would have seen that Alexis would have lost a couple of votes over there to go from 150 to 129. So there was a, if
A
there could
swing.
be erosion on one side, there could be erosion on the next. So we see some erosion in the influence. And as I tell you, these are just little sayings. I'm not saying that St. James is gonna be easy, but it's an early punch, and it's not a punch that is at least in 2017 it was definitely CCM country, whereas now it's more 50-50. You see 2013.
You think if Janice was to lose against Alexis tonight, you think she could be returned for another shot in the next 5 years? Or you think this is a do or die moment for her?
um it's bigger than just for Janice, you know, because you have to look at Nevis and understand Nevis is young in its democracy. Eh?
Mm-hmm.
When we look at other countries, I mean, oh, America is independent since what, 1776. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You got countries that done had this thing a while. Um, Even like other Caribbean countries, we're relatively young in our overall democracy and how this thing really is gonna play out. You know?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at other places, you see that it's not necessarily the parties that started in this place. There was no Democrats when America started. You know? They had some stuff called Whigs. They were Republicans, but when you look at from 1992 until you're talking about 2027, and you have won one election, eh, NRP is on the brink, in my estimation, of not mattering
You
because
think? Okay, go ahead.
while we look at Sam Keynes and the moral restoration movement,
Mm-hmm.
it's a schism, and I don't take it like seriously at this point.
Yeah.
But people in Nevis craving a different kind of politics at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
and whether or not CCM retains the government, you could see even over in St. James's, Alexis, who is like, you know, one of the more popular ministers. I would have tell you when I was at the victory celebration in 2020, to me Alexis
Mm-hmm.
seemed like the most popular um politician for CCM, like even more
Mm-hmm.
popular than Mark and Eric, like Love.
Mm-hmm.
So the people uh, in going around and like having conversations, yeah, the people craving a different kind of politics, more accountable, um, less pulling at the heartstrings and more like substance. And also, which is going to affect the politicians, is that the people getting smarter, little by little. They getting more politically conscious. So
Mm,
yeah, and also like big up to the people who I was telling you I met a lady. Yeah, from over back. She's away. She was telling me she watches the show. She tell me she know she was gonna make me over by the football. She just tells herself she know she getting football and she gonna make me over there.
mm,
And through all type of different mediums, people are becoming more politically conscious.
mm.
Um, hopefully they vote more and more so that their voices are heard. But I feel like people craving a different kind of politics. I feel like people want genuinely want the politicians to put frameworks and things in place for them to be able to strive.
Yeah.
Not give them, but at least make sure that something is there for them to, you know what I'm saying? Wow. Adele is angry.
Why?
But Adele, what you mean by you vex the game 500 votes? You know, you didn't know it was going to more than 700 votes? Oh, come on, Adele. Oh, come on, Adele.
Um. So, in terms of what would Janice need in order for her to actually pull off a victory, and she behind by 30 right now. There's really not much for us to go back and look at in terms of this is when NRP would have won, because I think NRP won that seat uncontested. Um, what do you think?
Let me see. Let me see. Trinity Nicholas Franklin.
Yeah, you see Chevron's comment. She said if we already talk about how Alexis flew in a small country and still lose in Butlers where he from. Alexis is from Butlers. I thought it was
Well,
repeat.
well, at least Butler's people know Janice. At least he could say Butler's people know Janice.
Big up Ginger.
Again, go control Ginger. Give me a second.
Okay. Um. So Reese, we with you. We with you. So how we looking at for how the race looking shaping up in number 4 right now? Cause we still got to get pan up. We still got to talk about number 1. You know, we still have to talk about number 1. Number 1. I don't know how tight it is, but number 1 looking like, and
Oh,
like I
no,
say,
no
it's
more.
gonna be. It look like
No
it can
more.
be
So,
retained.
no, well, right now, where you call it? Right now, JD leading there. Yeah, JD is taking the lead. So the last two boxes that came out would have been the preparatory school, 2A and 2B, and then 2A,
I got a
JD would have
comment
got
for Alan I need to save. So hold on.
JD would have
But go
got
ahead, go ahead.
111. Yeah,
Yeah.
JD would have got 111, and Ben would have gotten 85. And then in 2B, JD
But
would have
wait, wait,
gotten
wait,
one.
wait. No, we're not talking about number 1 yet. We're still talking about number 4. I asked you, what do you think how this race shaping
Number
up in
four,
number
no,
4?
number four is too hard. It's too hard to call. There's only two boxes. You can't really talk about the race. The two boxes in
But okay, what we're gonna look at now is the
because
way that.
there really isn't much to compare to, right?
Well, we
Every
could
other
look. No,
contestant has to compare to. We don't really got much to compare to.
we could look at we could look at Grong's loss, right? We could
Wrong
look at
class.
Grong's
All
loss
right.
because um what's his name? Alexis would have lost some grounds. Alexis would have lost. Okay, Alan is back. Alan, how do you see number 4 race shaping up right now? We off the bat we know Alexis would have lost some significant grounds since the last election in 2017.
Um, Once again, when you are
Mm-hmm.
the underdog, you have to do the unexpected. So, for example, we, we have seen a possible first step by winning a boxing butlers. There
Yeah.
has to be more unexpected results. We already know this isn't. If we go into routine, we already know what we're looking at, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But if we start to see the unexpected, we already see some things closer than anticipated. These are little signs that maybe something is going on, but we
Yeah.
still gonna need, of course, a bigger picture
Yeah.
to really see. But I guess you could say
What's the
because
numbers from the old box?
um
You want me to bring them in real quick
what,
for the Butler's box?
what I was saying, what I was saying to,
Yeah.
if you really look at how they really know the votes, so they have like edge of St. James is going forward. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that is something what we could pay attention to neither. You understand what I'm
Wait,
saying?
say that part again. You were kind of breaking up when you said St. James's.
I was saying it was like from the edge of St. James's, meaning like
Okay.
is at the border, Butlers is at the border, and then you're traveling further into St. James's until you get to Fountain. I think that would be
Yeah.
the last one. Yeah.
Well. I
But
mean,
and I say so because, as I said, I would continue to say the people have already conspired
mhm,
as to who they want their government to be. We,
yeah.
we we just waiting to see because it's in secret ballot and all this kind of thing. Um,
Yeah.
all kind of promises have been made. I'm gonna vote for you. I'm gonna do this. Today is the day when we're finally going to see what the people
Okay.
have decided.
Okay. Well, I can pull up some numbers from the Butler's box, Reese. It was 91
Well,
for
well, well,
NRP.
well, well, hold on. You know what's the most direct reference that we could use? The federal election, they both run against each other. That is
Well,
it.
you
That is it.
see, because the voter turnout does be low for the federal election, it's not fair to compare
Okay.
upon that level.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's
so
not
me
a.
think local or local.
Yeah. You have to see how. Yeah. You have to see how the candidates doing differently. So 91 for Virgil Brown versus 150 for Alexis Jeffers in. So Alexis would have won that box by close to 60, 59,
50. Yeah, 59.
50,
Yeah.
and lost it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that is
Yeah,
already a first step
yeah,
as far as an unexpected result. Are we gonna
yeah.
continue? Because this is
To
what
that
happened. You know.
trend.
If unexpected results cascade, this is when you see Samuel Duggins dancing down in number 5. And this is what happened. Um, if NRP is gonna be winning this, though, I would tell you, I don't. Me not really think he gonna be no landslide thing necessarily.
No,
He gonna be tight, in my estimation.
yeah.
But you won't need them type of things. That's what I would say.
Do you think CCM would feel defeated? I think you mentioned this earlier, but you think CCM would feel defeated if they actually came in with a 3-2 government, losing St. James? Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
the anticipation, as I'm telling you, is that this is going to be
4-1
very
easy.
easily for one. We don't have anything to speak about here. Well, why are you making noise?
Yeah. The next box would have been what? Brickhill, Church of God?
Yes,
Okay, so in 2017, NRP would have gotten 74 in Virgil Brown, and Alexis would have gotten 166, right? So, 74. That is 92 coming out of that. At this point in time, right? At this point in time, Alex
Alexis does already be figuring
done,
out by which one of me tie. You understand?
comfortable,
Which one of me Nike I gonna put on? Right now,
comfortable. Yeah,
right now it's a little tough. It's a
sweating.
battle.
It's sweating.
Really and truly, right now is what an election is
Mhm.
supposed to be.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be tough. Yeah,
it's supposed to be.
this thing's supposed to be tense.
Supposed to
Not
be.
supposed to be running away with it.
Well, let us switch over to Nevis one. Let's talk.
I just wanted to tell you the voting was up slightly.
Hmm.
It was 57.9 in Butlers and
Hmm.
59.3 in Brickhill.
Hmm. Still
So it
on the
was
lower side of what we've seen for the day,
hmm
right? But
hmm
up, up somewhat.
well, actually up further than in CPS one and two,
Hmm.
and about the same thing as Methodist B. But go ahead, let me
Yeah.
get to Charleston. Let me reach Charleston.
Charleston. 450, um, 450 for Spencer Brand, and JD's is 476. You think that's a significant lead coming out of her two biggest boxes?
If I think so, and you weren't you the one, is you and Reese. First Reese tell me JD is gonna win by 150. Then you tell me she gotta come out of here leading by 100, and
I
she's
don't believe
leading by
she got
what?
enough. 26,
Okay,
right?
okay.
No,
So it
16.
so
No, 26, yeah. Yeah, I don't think she
26.
has enough. Unless she would have made up grounds. Reese, what you think? You're the one had called this.
Mm-hmm.
Air card is super early.
Yeah.
Um, I still stand by my call.
Mm-hmm.
JD gonna win. But me imagine the victory I know.
You got on?
Yeah.
You went down a little bit?
No, not a
Okay,
little
so
bit. Wait, this is gonna be within. This is gonna be about 18, 15 to 18. Gonna be the margin of
so
victory.
One thing I know
Reese,
about Reese Strass, except when it come to top golf, if he make a bet, he's sticking to the bet.
Yeah,
Reese,
yeah. I got JD. Still got JD.
Reese. Let us look at 2017, for instance, right?
But
Let
anyway,
us
hold
look
on,
at
hold on,
20.
hold on. You what do you who you think they win?
I I feel like this one is going to go to Spencer at this point
Okay,
in time.
okay, cool. Months ago, me tell I spend some political career there, you know. Remember me say it, eh? And I stand by that for sure.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Okay,
Spencer,
okay, Reese in 2009, Spencer would have won the magistrate court and the courthouse by 59 votes.
hmm,
So by that call, he would win by about 30.
No,
Rough.
I mean,
that was
Everything
the
is
wrongs
this.
could be
that was the
wrongs
last two
could be
boxes.
made.
Those are the last two remaining.
Okay,
Then we
I
need to
I
then we need
remember
to call.
I remember Reese last time NRP would have won those boxes by 90 and still lost the election by 11.
I I still sticking with JD.
Oh yes. And we
Yeah,
can roll the dice going into we can roll the dice going into it.
Yeah,
You're going to
I
roll the
still stick.
dice going into it.
I still stick with it, really.
Boy,
I think might have been 3 months,
Reese
two
that will
months
make you
ago.
my partner, you know, boy. Because when you believe in a people, boy, you really believe in them, boy. Me believe in you too, eh? I want to know
I
that.
think it might have been 3 months ago. At the lad, under the season, I'm Spencer done team song after the election, and I'm sticking with that. I better
Well,
as
Reese,
massive company under the sea.
if JD wins in St. Paul's, which we have already declared, St. Paul's is a must win for Charles, a must win for NRP. Then this election coverage is going into the wee mornings, because that means
But
government could change.
I have already figured that out already. Remember, you say in a long night, me don't tell you, I deal with reality.
All right, let's bring ourselves back on screen now. Uh, I want to know how the audience is feeling. Oh, Alan, there was a message for you, by the way. There was a message for you when you left. Someone had a message that they wanted you to. They wanted you to. Let me see if I could get that message for you, please. Nope. Where is it? Here it is. That's what my son would say. Um, I need to take off the automatic update so that I can give Alan his message live and direct. Alan, it is a political message, but it's a US political message. I think you made a comment about the parties in America, and here on screen. I didn't want you to miss that. Wait, where your mic gone, Alan? Alan, you turn off your mic? No, we're not getting anything from you.
Yeah. I'll
Oh,
turn it
you're
off.
back
I'll turn
now.
it off.
Okay.
Okay. So,
You're frightening me. Yeah.
wait, hold on. You remember when I was talking and I was saying fundamentally, and I could take the wrong too. But you
Mm-hmm.
remember I was saying that the parties that started, so in 1776 they won a parties.
That I know 1776 is a key.
He's saying that they won a party. When Washington was done, how they elected the next president via what? What is he trying to speak about? And how come he tell me about the wigs and etc. and etc. And even so, for my fundamental point is the parties that you started off
Mm-hmm.
your country with, that does not necessarily mean that 100 years later, 50 years later, how many ever years later, that this gonna continue to be the thing. Particularly when I'm saying that both parties, in my estimation, kind of conservative. I don't
Yeah.
see a philosophical real difference, and that's how come I'm telling you there might be
Mm-hmm.
space for a new mode of thinking. It might be
Yeah.
possible.
Okay. And to our viewing audience, the Democratic Party of America was founded in 1828, and the party, the Whigs that Alan is talking about, was formed in 1833. So the Democratic Party, like he said, is a little older, but that wasn't the point I think he was trying to make. Alan, but we strive on giving correct information. So um,
I apologize for my ignorance, my American ignorance.
yeah. The Republican Party is actually young. The Republican Party is actually 1854. So
Okay, gentlemen. This is not
elections.
American history time.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
about
yeah.
saying
I
this.
mean,
I don't
we
want to
ha-
hear about
we
Republican and not thing. Eh? No. Let me deal with the business. Let me deal with
we
the
got
business
to
at hand.
do. Okay,
The business at hand right now is
But,
JD Lee and
but
Spencer.
you got it.
but
That's
the
the business
question
at hand.
was, yeah,
So
That's the
and I
business at
tell
hand.
you if we I tell you if we're going off a 2017 trends, it look like Spencer gonna pull it out. By the skin
Okay.
of teeth, but he gonna pull it out. And if Spencer pull it,
yeah.
here's how fragile this thing is for NRP. If Spencer pull it out, uh,
Results.
Alexis pull it out, some then
We
that's it.
got a countdown. We got a countdown. We got a countdown. All right. I remember the election result.
You know, technical
Election
difficulty.
results. I don't know. I think he coming on now. I don't remember the election results. What happened to that music? Yeah, that part. The election
Uh,
results.
new theme song.
That's a federal thing. This local.
No, that used to be in the local one too. You used to be able to hear that on van radio. They used to have to call him on the phone.
So when you see the different parts of the screen light up, that indicates that we're gonna be getting results from 1 and 4.
Um, I think
Yeah,
that's where we
notice
have
that.
results
I said,
from already.
I said, but I don't know if that's what I meant.
I'll just turn it down a little bit until they come on screen. Oh, the countdown start over.
Somebody cheat.
You see
Somebody
you
Yeah,
see
cheat.
you going back now. You see you get
yeah.
oh
He had
listen
five there
and,
too.
and and we had to tell had to tell somebody today you sound Queen Shine. I done hear it in your I say they cheat. Well,
All
it
right.
look
The
like
countdown.
if we getting one, that means we basically getting finality.
Mm.
I might be able to go sleep after this.
You know, no from number.
Results at hand for District 1, District 4, and District 5.
Wow.
District
Man,
1, polling station number 3, the Magistrate Court. There were 458 registered voters, 243 persons voted. There was one rejected ballot. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 146 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 146 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. Polling station number 4, the High Court. There were 145 registered voters. 67 voted. There were no rejected or spoiled ballots. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 35 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 35 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes. Now for District number 4. Polling station number 3 at the Franklin Brand Community Center. There were 407 registered voters. 231 persons cast their vote. There was one rejected ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Party received 6 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Party received 6 votes. Polling station number 4, there were 483 registered voters. That's at the Methodist Church Hall. There were 483 registered voters. 285 persons cast their vote. There was one rejected ballot. 103 persons voted in favor of Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 103 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 180 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 180 votes, 180 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Now on to District 5. Polling station 2A located at the Jessup's Community Center. There were 389 registered voters. Of that number, 235 persons cast their vote. There was one rejected ballot. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 83 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 83 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 151 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 151 vote. Polling station 2B, the Jessup's Community Center. There were 411 registered voters, 411 registered voters. 275 persons cast their vote. There was one spoiled ballot. Latoya B. Jones received 104 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 104 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 171 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 171 votes. I now return you to mission control until further information comes to hand.
And number 5 is done. Hold on. Me not hear nothing.
How come he didn't call number 1?
He did.
We didn't get the results for number 1? He had
We got
some win up a
results
win?
for number 1. No.
But would that die now?
That's all? No, I think he got one more box.
Oh, okay.
I
I
think he
had
got one
felt
more
like
box.
that. I had felt like that was all.
Maybe. Reese, what we have in terms of number 1, the boxes. How many boxes remaining?
Number one, we up to four. We up to. I think that's supposed to be the last box for real. High court supposed to be the last
Six.
box.
It's supposed to be six.
Yeah,
We
six
had all
boxes.
six boxes.
Yeah, high court supposed to be the last box. Yeah, we
Well,
got all the boxes.
let we do it, maths and call that.
No, I don't think we got all the boxes for number
Yeah,
one
all
yet.
six
Okay.
boy.
I'm gonna check.
I'm waiting for the rotation to come in.
District number one is Charleston Primary with two stations A and B.
Yep. Prep with two.
Mad Pass with two stations A and B. Magistrate Court and High Court building. So if he don't want to do it, let's do it. Maybe remember it's his first time, so
Mm-mm.
let's help him out.
All right.
You have
So
to. Oh yeah, it's 100% here.
from
Mm.
my
Yeah, it is
calculation,
100% reporting.
JD Keynes has 604 votes, and Spencer Brown has 631.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So Spencer Brown would have won by 27 votes.
Y'all ready to go sleep?
The
I don't believe St. John's people do Mark Brantley that. I don't believe that.
So that's where we are.
but it's interesting in number four though. It's interesting in number four. You don't want to see number four at least look before you decide to go to sleep. Okay, so we're giving CCM 2 seats, NRP one. Um,
My question
we
is
get
why hasn't there been any boxes for number two?
St. John's, St.
Yeah.
John's.
Um.
Watch out. You see, Jetty Taylor and I can give one. CCM one tapping out early. Jetty, you could have an early night, sir.
Yeah, we already know NRP needed JD to pull through in Charlestown for St. Paul's for NRP for them to win the elections. That's it. I don't know if I'm gonna say this. I was speaking to a person in St. Paul's, and I don't know if JD would have did enough canvassing in St. Paul's to win St. Paul's. So at the end of the day, if she has to return to the political arena, when somebody give you a number and say call somebody, you need to call them, and that's it. That's all. You got to find every crevice, every nook, everything. That's how we go, and that's how it is. And this is not unexpected by me. I know it's unexpected by Reese.
Yeah. Thank God I ain't got no money on JD, boy. Whatever. JD remember. JD remember Brazil, boy. Well, too.
Uh,
But let me ask y'all a
elections is a
question.
funny thing.
Why y'all think we haven't heard any results from number two?
Recount.
I don't recounts.
Number
Recounts.
two?
You know what would be good though? I'll be honest with you. If they could come in number two and just add the boxes one shot.
That might be it.
Just down the line.
Listen, because I know how they're gonna call number two. Listen, all I got to do, and by the way, big up um Pakis. I only got to hear what bad people got to say,
Mm-hmm.
and I could let y'all know what all of the rest of the boxes are gonna look like. I just need to know what the people who are about thinking about.
What Bonnie gonna look like?
Well, you see,
Because
one follow two. You can't go one without the other. One gonna follow two.
okay.
We need to take a break and congratulate Spencer Brand on being returned I don't even know if we really congratulated Eric Evelyn on being returned. Um, and we go ahead and congratulate Cleon Stapleton, and the Rebel still on being returned. So I already felt like number 5 was a distraction. Um, and eh, we prove it here. Ira, if you can't count the libards that didn't come,
No, you say
JD
if you
would.
count them, if you count them,
Oh, 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 if I count them, well, then I come.
uh-huh.
The labels then come in there. So
You can't count who is not here. This
you
is
can't
why I
count who
say
is not there.
everybody knew the
Yeah,
rules.
yeah, yeah,
Everybody knew
yeah.
when the election was gonna be. Everybody playing under the
Mm-hmm.
same thing. Can't complain
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's
No
how you
man,
go.
Jetty, you can't give up on anywhere.
No man, every constituency is for play for any party. Um. So, gentlemen, let me talk about number 4. What number 4 looking like? What is that race
Z-
looking like?
Mr. Jeffers is getting more punch than I expected. That's a lot of juice. What's the score right now? He's down by a few.
Let me bring up the head to head.
He's down by
Reese,
a few.
he's
As
down by
they call it.
36.
What,
31.
well, if you're in St. James country, Alexis would tell you, man, that's nothing. That's
Yeah,
nothing.
31. What boxes were those?
The two boxes that came out was the community center, the brand community center. I don't know exactly where that is located. And then there was a Methodist church as well.
Okay,
Um,
so
but the Methodist church box is what was kind of surprising because you have um, 285 votes cast, you have one spoiled ballot, you have Pat Jeffers getting one vote, you have Alexis getting 103, but then you have Janice pulling in with 180, 77 um, vote margin. And that would be the biggest vote margin that we have seen in that constituency thus far for the night.
which one is that?
What would have been the
Fountain.
That's Fountain. That's the
Fountain.
Fountain box.
Yeah.
Because I hear Jetty was talking about a Fountain box too. Um, I guess that was counted as an NRP stronghold back in the day, and I think they would have regained some steam in that Fountain box, and they were expecting it. What's remaining?
um,
VOGN.
VOJN is the only box
Yeah,
remaining.
VOGN primary school. They have two stations, A and B. Reese, Franklin Brown Community Center. That's when you're driving down Mount Lily,
okay,
and
gotcha.
you would take a left, and the community center is just off there.
Gotcha.
Okay, talk to me. Talk to me. Tell me what the numbers looking like in VOJN in terms of possible voters.
In VOJN in 2017, for example,
Mm-hmm.
Zukuro. I keep on saying Zukuro. I need to be better in life. Mr. Alexis Jeffers, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
would have won, would have gotten 250 votes. Virgil Brown would have gotten a total of 144.
Okay.
So last election, he would have won that by 106 votes. But we have seen that there has been an erosion. So this basically this is what it's gonna come down to.
Mm-hmm.
Can these last boxes be even? If they're even,
Yeah.
Janice is gonna win.
This is where the race is, at least for NRP to walk out
Well,
saying,
I just get a text for saying I have to get a 4-1. Right?
oh, they get 4-1.
Yeah, that's the text I just get. I mean,
I get. Well, you know, in elections, you always have those kind of message floating around because I hear they get a 3-2. So it depends. I would think you got a more solid source than me. I'm in the air, you're on the ground. Let's bring us back on screen. You ready? Reese is not there.
yeah, me ready, me. Know.
Was it a so you was it close? Well, you already see it's a close race in number 4. What does that mean for the political career of Janice? Return in the next 5 years? Anything could
Um,
happen between now and 5 years too. The election could be called next year. You know, we've seen it happen. So
okay. Um, I'm not trying to be ageist or anything. Okay,
mm-hmm.
but it's a question
Ageist.
because it's a
Yeah.
question that I ask when I'm considering players on my favorite teams. So how
Mm-hmm.
old I want you be? We want to give him another contract. So like, I don't know I don't know how old she is at this present moment, and as you say, I don't know how it's gonna look in 5 years. But based upon the results, is positive. I've never seen Mr. Jeffers get these types of punches before. So I mean, certainly she could possibly return. It would be up to her at that point. But if she does lose, however, and it is I guess you say you could spin it and say I came close. It's still gonna be marked down as a loss, and it's still gonna be 5 years in the wilderness having to work even harder to eventually actually beat Mr. Jeffers in St. James, in my estimation. So you gotta be prepared to do that another 5 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No was a good. No was a shot. No was a shot. No was a shot. Actually.
No, 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 this is what I'm saying. Um, Teresa Brown, somebody was asking a question about what does her age have to do with it.
Yeah.
If you do not
This
feel
Wait.
like
movement
Hold
her,
on.
received Reformation Party received 82 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Polling Station 3D, Brown Pasture Annex. There were 316 registered voters. 149 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected or spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Polling Station 3E, the E. Pemberton Primary School, there were 308 registered voters. There were 308 registered voters. 155 persons cast their vote. There were 2 rejected ballots, 2 spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no votes. Polling station number 4, the Church of God at Cox. There were 475 registered voters. 253 persons cast their vote. There were 2 rejected ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 107 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 107 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. I now return you to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
So, did we mix a box? Because I could pull it up.
Sound like we missed quite a few.
Okay, hold on then. Let me pull it up.
For parts of District 2, polling station 3C,
Just tell me when you get what
located
you
at the
need.
United Pentecostal Church. There were 393 registered voters. 188 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot, 4 spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 82 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Polling station 3D, Brown Pasture Annex. There were 316 registered voters. 149 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected or spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes.
Does it, Reese?
Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote.
Yeah, that's all I need.
All right. Yeah, I didn't have the. Sam, you not vote yet? Let me out the head to head for number 2.
Sam get 1.
By man supposed to get.
1 get 1 man.
Giselle, I don't know that we're mean, you know. I think sometimes the words and the choice of words that they use. So the race is the race close in is the race close in St. John's?
Yes,
Because
decent,
Pat
yeah, truly.
she behind by like 3?
And she behind by three. I'm not sure. I'm trying to
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
get
Let me
everything.
bring it up on the screen. Let me bring.
Yeah,
I'll bring up the head to head.
yeah,
Um, Head to head for number 2, and there you go.
mm. Any boxes
I
up?
don't know.
Any boxes up the Brownhill count?
Um,
Huh?
the boxes that were called were Marian Heights, United Pentecostal, Nevis International, and no. Sorry, Elizabeth Primary 2 and Church of God. So is Education 2, Pentecostal, Elizabeth Primary. What am I doing here? Oh, this is the
No, me,
confusion. What happened to that?
no,
I could tell
me
I
not
he
understand.
had some.
Me not understand that
3.
one yet. Cause there's four boxes, car.
No, no,
Like we
no,
just
no,
have
no.
four boxes.
I could tell you what happened. I could tell you what happened. He had this confusion to them. Now I realize what people were talking about. So what happened was right. Nevis International. That was people with names from A to K, whereas the
Mm,
people with names from L to Z, they were voting at Elizabeth Primary.
mm,
So what we get just now was what they call 3E, which is Elizabeth Primary. We would have got the United Pentecostal. That would have been 3C. 3B would be Education Building, Marion Heights, names L to Y.
we get three
And
B.
that what I'm seeing here. That
That
wasn't
we
the
get
one with 70
3B.
and 79.
No, that was the annex. I think
Annex.
that's what they call it. That's what they call it, the annex. But it's three D Delta.
Okay, well then I'm totally incorrect because what I'm seeing here is not
Yeah,
what they
that's
said.
why. Yeah, 79 79 NRP 70 CCM.
Okay,
Thank you,
then go
Giselle.
ahead.
But it's actually Giselle uploaded, eh? Because we miss a little bit of it. So we just yeah. So Giselle said treat D, not B. We got
Ooh.
to say so that's where we are right now.
Bye. Don't tell me these people gonna make me eat and they keep life and I don't feel so. I don't believe I will make me eat and they keep. But it would be
Oh my.
unbelievable.
Okay, so I stepped away for a little bit. Um, Let me make sure I have the make sure I have the results video up, so whenever results come in, I could see it that it's coming in. The biggest thing is that sometimes I miss it, so I need to keep that screen up. But Alan, Reese,
Mm.
how? what's the difference between this election and 2017?
Right? For what we see so far, right? I don't think this one was as predictable as what we had in 2017. I think this one we really got to pay attention to the votes as they're called. I think in 2017 we kind of had an idea we could have called some of the races real early. I
Yeah.
think if for example, you look at the premier. Premier is actually leading by three. You know what I mean? One, two,
Mm-hmm.
three. That's it. So that right there by itself, that it's a little different. Um, Same thing again with Jeffers over there in St. James's. Last time Jeffers was way ahead. Jeffers right now in the back. He got to make
Mm.
up grounds if he want to retain his seat. So these are the little things that makes it that is making it a little different from what we would have been accustomed to or what we would have seen in 2017.
Um, the next boxes for Jeffers, Vilja, and those are the castle boxes, right? So those would be strongholds for CCM in
Yeah,
2000.
those are the ones that I told you that they would have won last time by 106 total.
Mm.
And with regards to the premier, um, normally he would lose in Cox,
Yeah.
and the only other boxes that NRP has been would have won in 2017 would have been the Cicely Tyson. It's no, it ain't Cicely Tyson, Cicely Brown, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The special education unit. So I think outside of Cox and there is
Mm-hmm.
normally the premier being dominant. And well, Bone Pasture has typically been even. Last time it was 76 to 84.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have what it is right now, but that has normally be even. But outside of that, it is generally dominance by the premier.
Mm.
Can't compare. No, you see, I don't know about you. This don't turn into Queen Show already. I don't have to put somebody for Queen Show. I said, them cheat. I said, let me say it together. Them treat. Ain't about that. Ain't about that. The people would have made up their mind. We have to accept the decision of the people. Understand? 'Cause we got to go another 5 years together, regardless. Um, Miss Stapleton, when I meant that I need to hear what the people of Bath are saying, I mean that the supervisor of elections need to come and say, because I could only suppose what the people of Bath are saying at this time. Everything is conjecture. But when the super of election says, yeah, from the community, the Albert Payne Community Center,
Mm-hmm.
that's when I'm gonna know officially what the people of Bath think. So that's what I mean.
Hmm.
Jackie, Jackie, you really
Boy.
believe that the people of St. James did that to the premier? I could
St.
tell you.
John's. St. John's.
Yes,
St.
St.
John.
John's did that to the premier. That would be amazing. I don't feel like I don't got to eat my shoes tonight though. I would imagine they have some recounts going on in the over in BOJ right now though.
Heavy.
Hmm.
Heavy counts.
Yes, yes, but the only word from my friend is that he's of the opinion, or she's of the opinion, or they's of the opinion
Mm-hmm.
that concerned citizens movement has been returned forward. But we're gonna see. As you would have said,
That's
um, JD was instrumental in any plans they would have had. I mean, Patricia Bartlett is good. You know, you understand how stunning this would be tonight for you to see the premier who won the last local election by 334 votes, and Mr. Jeffers, who also won by a commanding figure, lose even slightly.
hmm.
You know how hard that is to do. Wow.
What about if the margin of victory is even is what you would kind of consider in reach? You know, when you look at last election, you would think those margins they're not in reach. That deficit is just too much. But
Yeah, but then I tell you, you got to come back to the reality. Is 5 more years in the
mm,
wilderness.
mm,
Yeah,
mm, mm.
you could tell me, "Bye, we was close, you know." It's not, but nobody ever tell you about the fact that they buy a lottery ticket and it's just one more number and the life change.
But you like
It's
stupidness,
one
right?
more. Right.
But
Just need one more.
but you like stupidness.
I could have been a billionaire, Ira. Just that
Mhm,
one more
mhm.
number. But the reality is,
You sound like me,
if you
boy.
ain't hit it, you gotta go do the other thing. So
Well,
the reality will
s-
be no matter how close, you gotta work.
you gotta walk. Yeah, but you did say to me that earlier that the conversation would have been surrounding Lataya is that we're breaking it down, we're breaking it down, we're breaking it down. Um, election is it results coming in or no? I thought so. Um,
It-
we're breaking it
Um,
down.
could we kind of, if we look at these elections, right, and we had a
Hmm.
federal election just a little while ago. If Janice is close to Alexis and
Hmm.
Cleon wins by the margin that she would have won by, what do you think is going on with the seat federally? Because when we're doing the maths, you would see that if it was the same turnout, it would be an NRPC. You watch that? That's a quick change. I
Hmm.
don't really know what's behind that. That is something what just crossed my mind. There.
Alan, the question on the board is: do you think the overseas votes are playing a part, playing into the win for CCM? Uh,
Yeah, but I think overseas voters playing a part in contribution to NRP as well.
mm-hmm.
Um, Overall, as much as you talk about overseas voters and so, the majority of the voters still exists within the actual federation. So, if anything, overseas voters supposed to just be like supplementary.
I thought earlier we said that there were more voters outside than more registered. What was it? More registered name than the population.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
I thought that's what we had
So,
said earlier.
okay.
Something
So,
like
for
that.
No,
example,
that don't be so early. That
the,
don't be so early.
and
Huh?
you still got remember, he got how much registered voters? Like 13,000, right?
Yeah, something like so.
And if we're gonna say out of the 13,000, we're getting what 60% participation.
Mm-hmm. I feel you. I feel it.
So,
The voters, the
so that
actual voters.
that's what me I
Okay.
say. We
Okay.
don't
Okay.
take
Yeah.
off
Yeah.
because they know if you're telling me that and say let me say roughly 8,000 people vote in this election. You're
Mm-hmm.
telling me tomorrow, within the course of this thing, um, 4,000 people leave in Nevis? I don't think so.
Mm. What is
Can't even say, can't even say if it's 2,000. Can't even say if it's one. I don't know. The numbers are not
three?
released to us. Yeah,
What
because that's the
right?
next thing. When you're turning over 300 votes, you're not got to get 300 people change their mind. No. You go get
No.
150. Is always half.
Mm.
So everyone you take away from somebody, you also get for yourself. So it does work two ways, but hard uphill battle.
Royal
No,
box,
I
I
don't.
don't think we have yet.
No, no,
Royal box, we
I
don't
don't
have yet.
think so.
What about the foreigner communities in Nevis? How what role you think they play in the election?
Um, Same thing as anybody living in any community. I feel like,
Mm.
for example, you in the US, I feel like the considerations that you would put if you were voting up there is like what we say, your local considerations. What taxes are they trying to bring to you in a Florida?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm.
you work based off that. I don't think that they have any kind of nefarious intent.
No.
Wherever wherever is
Okay. Well, let me
wherever
rephrase it.
wherever they feel like is working for them, they're going down.
Yeah, let me rephrase it. Do you think that the foreign communities right now have enough numbers to actually sway the election one way or the other?
Yeah,
But watch it. When you're talking about what does foreign communities mean?
I mean, come on, Alan. You're gonna
No,
people gonna
because
always keep people gonna okay, wait, hold on. People are always gonna hold their identity, right? A Jamaican would always consider themselves a Jamaican. A Guyanese would always consider themselves a Guyanese. A Spanish, Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, they're gonna consider themselves Santo Domingo Republic. If you
yeah,
speak to them,
yeah,
they're gonna tell you
but
they're.
yeah,
They,
I could have still
mm,
interpret that when you say foreign communities, I could have
okay,
still
okay.
interpret that as people who live outside
And
and
coming
like
in,
plain
flying
things.
in.
So
Okay,
that's how come I
gotcha.
wanted
Okay,
to
the
get the
ones,
distinction between.
the ones
And
living
you
in
see,
Nevis. Then.
this is how I'm saying it can apply.
Mm-hmm,
Because if you're a Jamaican living in a Nevis, what we're talking
mm-hmm.
about, I'm not saying that you show your identity. You are in America right now. You ain't showing the fact that you're Nevisian. But
Well, hold on,
when you
hold
have,
on, hold on.
okay,
The reason why I can stop you here is because in America the ball game is different. Eh? You cannot vote in America unless you're a citizen of America. The same ball game does not roll in St. Kitts and Nevis. So at the point in time, Americans reserve the right to vote in America. Go.
okay. My point is, if we're gonna qualify everything, you're
Mm-hmm,
gonna win. I'm talking about when you're voting. If you have the right to vote in a
mm-hmm,
particular jurisdiction, in a matter where
mm-hmm.
it be,
Yeah,
when you are going to vote in that jurisdiction there, you're voting
yeah.
based off of what's going on in that jurisdiction there. Me
Understood.
not talk about the
And
technicalities of what you do to get to vote. I'm talking about when you're gonna exercise your X.
yeah.
Whether or not people disagree with your opinion or not, you're gonna
Okay.
exercise that for the
So
things what ultimately you feel like you're rocking with.
okay, so let me come back again because the question that I asked was, do you think the
Mm.
non-national community have the ability to sway the election one way or the other with their vote? Okay, let's look at Florida for instance. You would think the Cuban community would have the ability. to swing the election in one way or the other. You're going to see the political candidates actually going out and campaigning to these communities, right? I'm saying, do you think we are at the point in Nevis and Sinkets, but right now we're talking about Nevis, that a political party need to focus and hone in on these communities in order to get over the required number to win the election? That is what I really want to hear from you. Do you think that they're the ones that are switching the election into another direction?
I feel like because the margins in an election are generally so close, even when you look at the premier would have won by 334 votes. I think he got 1,334 versus 1,000 votes. When you look at the percentage, is within a margin where you could kind of attack it. It's conceivable. The only things like Eric is entrenched. You understand? When you see his position, because the margins are so close, to not engage with any part of society would obviously be detrimental to your overall success at the polls. The margin.
And the truth is,
Right.
we just see it with JD. JD lose by under 30. So then the national vote plays a big role. If you get 30 and national vote, boom, JD win. You know what I
Simple.
mean? So it plays a major role. They have the position. They're in a position where they go swing the pendulum. Yeah, because remember, like you said,
So,
some of the races are close. So if the race is close, and you only need, for example, when Spencer would have won the last time, I think it was by less than 20 votes. You get 20 people from Dominican Republic to vote. Boom, race got again.
let me ask you a question. So you agree with me, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You know, we're doing you
Oh,
dancing masquerade. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I was trying to dress it up. Sometimes I
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
be
yeah.
professional with
I see,
the
I
thing.
see,
If you don't want a
I see,
professional, all right, no problem. I was
I see your
just kind of
fancy.
building
I
to
see your fancy.
no problem. All right.
It's a word salad.
No, but
I don't know.
listen.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay.
No,
What
no,
I'm saying is, right, you are trying to consolidate all kind of different groups. So no, this is what politics is. So
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
course
yeah, yeah.
you have all kind of different interests throughout your community. All I'm saying is, if you are gonna ignore any one of them, understanding how fine the margins are, of course, you could potentially lose. So you can engage with the Hispanics.
We
It's
got
not gonna
election
work.
results coming in. We got election results coming
Yeah, yeah.
in. Okay. Come.
No, I was
Finish
just
it.
gonna give you I think for example, Nevis
Yeah,
people say
yeah. We see
Spanish.
the results,
You know why I've
Giselle.
been
Yeah.
told? You gonna call them Hispanic. That's
Hispanic,
facts.
Hispanic.
It's a song
Well,
new
let me
thing.
tell you something. Let me tell you something. I got a Spanish brethren, and I tell him, big man, when Spain lose, I say, how you doing?
Hey,
He say,
what the results? What
yeah,
the
no,
results?
I got the count. I watching it.
Results at hand for District 4 and District 5. Polling station number 5 at the Violet Jeffers Nichols, where there were 425 registered voters. Of that total, 239 persons cast their vote. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 126 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 126 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 113 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 113 votes, and Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 0 votes. Polling Station 5B, located in the same venue, the Violet Jeffers Nichols Primary School, there were 385 registered voters, 216 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 101 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 101 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. That's the end of District 4. District 5. Polling station number 3, located at Nipak. There were 401 registered voters. Of that total, 254 persons cast their vote. 254 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 147 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 147 votes. Cleone Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 107 votes. Cleone Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 107 votes. I return you to Master Control until such time.
Yeah, to Giselle. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to be a little behind because our feed is coming from their feed. You know, we're not privileged enough to have the actual feed coming from the elections headquarters.
What just happened in number 4?
Boy, you know what happened in number 4.
Is that
What
all
just
the
happened?
boxes? Is that
That
all the
was
boxes?
that? It wasn't only BOJ we were waiting for?
Only them we've been wait for.
What's the
Only them
final
we've been
tally?
wait for.
What's the final tally? Put something on the board.
Hold on. Look at
It's-
Janice, you know what?
If,
If that's the final one,
if the government found we could go sleep now, ain't so? Hey, let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of how would you describe that if what just happened? Is a uppercut? Is a left hook? It can't be just what happened just happened. I don't
It just
believe.
happened. It just happened. It just happened. It just happened. I
Yeah,
just
like,
watching the
Listen,
numbers.
soon as it happens, somebody text me literally and tell me Alexis is gonna win by 150, and then 2
See
minutes
there.
later they text me, boy.
Well, in the update yet. I'm waiting for it to
Oh,
update. It get update in a minute.
I
But
got,
Janice
I
has
got, I got,
Janice.
I got
Janice has
Janice
returned.
around.
Janice
No,
is the winner.
Janice don't return. Janice get in.
Janice in. Janice
Yeah,
in
Janice
there.
in. Janice win by
Janice
8
in there.
votes.
And if Janice in there, JD is going to feel very bad that she lost Charleston.
Why?
Reason
A government, you
could
would
have
have
go sleep now. We could have go sleep now, cause that's what.
Reese, you, Reese, you don't. Okay, let me pull up the numbers real quick.
Oh, John Smith.
Leading, it's not
Are
leading
there
us.
more boxes to get? Are there more
It is
boxes to
at
get from
we
number
are
four?
at a we are at 100%. 100%. You got a bull bud.
Excuse, you could excuse Jackie from in front of me, please, Jackie.
I am
I ain't
going to.
holding nothing against you, but Jackie is in.
Is
Oh
eight.
my gosh!
Is eight. Is eight. Is eight.
Well, swing by eight. Remember I tell you from
How
the beginning that I heard that St. James is in play.
how upset you think Zook is that Patricia got 10 votes?
You thinking that is ten that could have gone here?
No,
It
no, no,
is
no, no.
two.
Because hold on. I hear Zook, Mark, one out of the two say the other team is really NRP, you know. So really and truly, it look like a 18 Zook would have lose by. Because of them say so. And you hear me call him man Zook, Alexis.
Because this is what I'm telling you. You don't want to be professional. I'm here trying to dress up things. It would have
Anyway.
been.
Stomach. Wow. This is shocking. Congratulations to the Honorable Janice Dr. Hodge. And that is 2 seats for NRP, 2 seats for CCM, with number 2 is out there and
And
a tight race.
and Ira, as you said, for historical context, this seat has not been won by the NRP for 30 years.
Yeah?
So it is definitely historical. It's
CCM
and
country.
Ira, to answer your question, no, I don't have no question about Janice or nothing. Janice, you do whatever you feel like in life, okay? You're the winner. And once again, as
Mm-hmm.
I said before, when you're victorious, you get to write your story. So, um, right now, Janice's story is beginning,
Mm-hmm.
and we will see if the story is gonna be a story that begins in the opposition, or if it's a story that begins in the government. More than likely
Alan,
in the opposition, because you know that Patricia is facing a tremendous task. But
you think we gonna have any court cases after this? Who the government can take to court?
um, you notice it start off and I say everybody know the rules. I am not going to indulge in that. The people have decided, and the next thing what I told you, Ira, there is gonna be a conspiracy. St.
Mm-hmm.
James people decided they are not interested in Alexis Jeffers anymore, and that just got to be respected by the people. So Janice is gonna have 5 years at least to represent the people of St. James, and we are going to see uh, who is gonna be in number 2 shortly. Hopefully, this thing look like it's gonna be finished by 1 o'clock. We're gonna be out of here.
It's looking that way, and kudos to them. Let's so this is what the race looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the race looks like right now. Exciting piece of race right now. This is an exciting piece of race. I am telling you. Um wow. 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 This is an exciting race. Hmm. Alan, I'm gonna bring us back on screen and let us hear from the individuals in the audience. Okay, so Adele is begging. Adele is begging. Jackie went ahead and said, "Yes, it is exciting. It is very exciting." Um, I haven't been this excited about an election in a long time. I have not been excited about an election in a long time because I felt like we already knew what the results were. Right now, we look sticky. Right now, we look sticky. How how much did JD lose
In,
by?
in,
How much did Spencer
in,
win by?
ain't look no sticky. CCM, the Concerned Citizens Movement is
3-2.
very confident that they will at least retain the government. What will be
Mm-hmm.
interesting is that the Concerned Citizens Movement does not like losers. Eh? No, Mr. Jeffers will still be in the federal parliament, but CCM traditionally, no matter how good you might feel you are, they don't really stand for losing. So now all of a sudden, in the next 5 years, if not
We
no,
have result.
if
We have
all right,
results.
at 35 seconds, before we get results.
I think Giselle behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have done my calculations based on the information that has come to hand, information which I have relayed to you a few minutes ago. In District 1, the elected representative is Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement,
He come to
having
say what, you know.
amassed a total of 631 votes over his rival, who received 604. So the elected representative for District 1 is Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement, who amassed a total of 631 votes. District number 3, the elected representative is Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement, having obtained a total of 736 votes, while his rival received only 311. So the elected representative of District 3 is Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement. We move on to District 4. The elected representative for District 4 is Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party, who, having amassed a total of 750 votes over her rival Alexis Jeffers, who received 742 votes. So Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge is the elected representative for District 4. District 5, Cleon Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party is the elected representative, having received a total of 712 votes, while her rival received a total of 508 votes. So the elected representative for District 5 is Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party. I now turn you back to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
I agree with you, Jetty Taylor. Alan, your mic off? Alan.
somebody contact the supervisor just now and say, how come those guys over there putting up the results and saying who don't win? And they have better mathematicians than I. So he come back to
No,
tell us, well, we already know. This guy.
it's not that. The man you to it. Joining us is Garrick Honkins. Garrick,
Good evening, all. Good evening to the listening public, man. First of all, let me congratulate the ones that have already won. Uh, I always believe ladies first. So I'm gonna go straight to Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. Um, Quite shocking from my part, you know what I mean? If we gotta go on history, we're gonna say, well, that seat is a CCM seat. I mean, that seat has been won by CCM for over 30 something years. So
yeah.
impressive feat, man. I don't know how she did it. I'm stunned right now, to be honest. Um, I really thought that. Let me not say I don't know how she did it because from what I've been hearing, the people on the ground are quite fed up of the direction that the country is going by the current
Mm.
administration. So it's only fair that they decide to make a change. But I didn't expect the change to come from there. I was really looking for the change to come from somewhere else. But congratulations to her. Congratulations to well, I almost said JD. 'Cause I heard the race in town was tight, man, between JD and Brand. But congratulations to Spencer Brand. Regain his seat. That's impressive as well. Um, Congratulations. Oh I'm so sorry about this. Cleon Stapleton Simmons, classmate of mine. Very proud of her. It seems like she would have got to put in a lot of work over in St. Thomas's, which I don't understand why. I mean, she seems to be a very leading lady. She's an example for most ladies, I would think, a career woman, an established woman, a family woman. So, um, who have I forgotten? Who's the fourth?
Eric,
Um, Eric
Oh, and Eric. Yeah,
Gingerland.
I get used to Eric. I get used to Eric winning, so that's why I kind of, well, not Eric winning, but CCM winning in Gingerland. I thought we might have got a change in Gingerland like we did in Saint James. But that's good, man. I like how the competition is going. It's coming down to the wire. I think most people would agree. Most of us would agree that St. John's.
176 persons voted. There were 2 rejected ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Eric Evelyn of the
Lifeguard.
Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Given the total, the elected representative for District 3 is Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement. I return to Master Control.
Okay, we're back again.
So who
Garrick.
controlling the live, man? Who controlling the live?
Me. Sorry. I looked over, I saw the man was talking, and I said I just had to cut you off. That's
No,
what
no, no,
everybody
that's
wants,
calm.
right?
No, no, no. I don't mean with that part because I heard earlier you lost. You didn't lose the live earlier.
No, I didn't lose the live.
You didn't go
What
down.
happened
Oh, okay,
was
okay.
no, yeah, no, I didn't lose the live.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
So yeah, go ahead,
But
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So I was saying that no, I like how it's coming down to number two. I feel like every election outside of the elections that are clear, most time you have a number two change in the government. So this would be interesting. This is going on into the way. I'm impressed. I'm impressed as well. I don't know who's in charge, no, but in terms of counting the votes, if because it's 4 here, 4 a.m. So it's 12 in Nevis, and
Mm-hmm.
we waiting for one box. Wow, that's impressive, man. Whoever in charge right now
Um,
should be commended.
the elect, I guess the election supervisor is who we gotta talk about, right? So JD would have lost by,
Mm.
because I think you just woke up, but JD would
Yeah, I
have
took a nap.
lost by 27 votes. Um,
Wow. Now
Alexis,
that's
I
it.
think lost. Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Now
think
that's impressive
Alexis
for our
lost
first one.
by 8. Um, Mark Brantley is actually in the lead by less than 5 votes, 3 votes.
Wow. Do you think they're
Reese,
gonna be
what boxes we have, Reese? Reese, you look tired, man, Reese. Yeah, you ready to call it tonight? I know you're not. Hold on. Reese, you
might mute?
muted.
Still muted.
You're muted, Reese. Um, Reese is having technical difficulties right now.
All right, you can hear me now.
You're back, yeah.
All right, so we got four boxes for Nevis too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think I think Alan is the one to best describe these because apparently those are mixed up with the boxes. So I can't. One is the United Pentecostal. The other one was
Mm-hmm.
listed as the Annex. The other one
Mm-hmm.
was listed as Cicely Brown School, and then I don't remember what
Mm-hmm.
the other one was.
Sissy Brown's school would be the what we know as the St. John school. Is that what it is? Or
No, Cicely Brown School is
no,
the
that
school
is
for
the Elizabeth Primary.
the learning impaired.
Okay, okay. Well, that would be Brown Hill, right?
No,
No,
Brown is
Prospect.
Brown
no,
here
it's a
will be
different
Elizabeth. No, Ivor Walters.
Ever Walters.
Ivor.
And having said that, based upon what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
with those results, yeah, this race gonna look close because those are the boxes that I would have told you that NRP would normally win in St. John's, but
Mm.
the rest of the boxes, those are madly dominant boxes. So we're gonna see if we see more unexpected results, and I got to eat and I keep on eat.
You need hot sauce for that if you have to.
Chick-fil-A, you know Chick-fil-A, me, David.
I will tell you this: if the government does change with the premier losing his seat, I think Mark Brantley will have to take a break from Nevis, because NRP supporters will not give him a break. He would have to. He would have to go for a while
Me not think
because
so.
Reese, they've been waiting for this for a very long time.
Yeah, yeah, but we got to remember, Ira. This is what we don't. This is what we don't credit, right? The man, the performance best in opposition, yeah. The man, best
I
performances
I
come when
agree that. I agree that.
the
Yeah,
man, the
yeah,
fire,
yeah, yeah.
the man, the fire like a military man from opposition, yeah.
I mean,
The
that's
man gonna
okay. That's okay. But
Let me ask you.
is is the defeat? Me talk about Me talk about the defeat. He will come back. But I'm just saying, you're gonna have to go out for a while. But go ahead, Garrick.
Yeah, but let me ask. In terms, I hear what you're saying, but you don't think you'll be a bit relieved if he lost? I want to believe Mark will be. Mark gotta be tired, man.
You believe
Gotta
so?
be tired, man. Yeah, man. It's tiring, man. I feel like you'd be relieved. You don't want to lose the power, but I think going
stress.
forward, I mean, I've
You want to
spoke.
give up
Like I
the
say, I
stress.
keep. What's that?
You want to give up the stress, not the power, but the stress of the position.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. I personally feel that. I feel like, a little 5 year break would be quite recuperating for him. Yeah? I don't think he would not welcome it. I think he would welcome it. He may not, of course, he ain't gonna welcome it to the public, but it'd be a relief, man. Uh, s- and I'll tell you this much: suddenly you would see all the holes that are in the government from his viewpoint. Because when I listen both sides, and issues are always the same. We're talking about government here. Whatever issue a government has, they don't have with NRP. I think the only difference is when you have CCM and NRP, you have CCM a bit more vocal in terms of is a call coming up?
Who's that?
Yeah, sorry,
I
sorry,
think
what?
that's Alan.
Mm.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
CCM a bit more vocal. CCM a bit more vocal when it comes to like issues going on in the government. If you get what I'm saying, like especially from a opposition standpoint, like you might see a lot of things going on with the government now, and I find that NRP not too vocal with it. What I mean, they might say one or two things and then they kind of back off. I'm not sure why, but if you could remember when let's say we could go back to 2013, you'd have situation where we have CCM government. Well, the CCM at the time they were in government, but the issues that they were bringing forward leading up to an election kept coming back, kept coming back, kept coming back. You know what I mean? I don't see that with NRP, to be fair.
How many boxings are waiting in number two, Reese?
I think we're about 4 or 5 boxes left. Yeah? Still got a lot to go. And we still have 3 boxes from Evan Waters, and we still got Cox, and
We
we
didn't
still
get
got Brown, and
Cox.
we still got Bat, and we still got Bat.
We didn't get Cox.
No, but Cox is one A.
But it's a
Remember the start.
CCM boxer.
Remember the start from
Yeah,
three.
yeah,
They start from three. So 1 and 2 ain't
yeah.
coming yet, and we still get Bat. We still get Bat and Brownhill.
The Batman spoke. The
Yeah, it's a
Batman
CCM
spoke.
box, fam. Trust me. That's a CCM
Send
box,
send
man.
send James the CCM country. St. James is a CCM country.
I like that one. I like that one. So maybe we gotta change. We
I,
gotta change. You think we gotta change that, man? Listen to me. I would be blown away, man. I would be
but
blown away, man. Trust me,
well, we
man.
can
I'll
see
be blown away.
we would see Alan eat a shoe. Bat Road not finish yet,
Uh.
Bat,
Uh,
Bat Road is not finished yet. Um,
mm,
and I hear Cattle Lang Park don't finish.
mm.
So
Yeah, but I
and we
mean,
start off.
the
Yeah, but
bridge finish, no?
seriously,
If the bridge
eight,
finish.
eight, 8 boxes. Chevron is a part of our team, so if she say
Mhm,
8 boxes, it's 8 boxes. The bridge, I don't know.
mhm.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, we expect Bart to go in favor of his premier right now. But I'm wondering if the premier expected to be in the predicament that he is in right now.
Um, I would say he's a winner. Many may not agree with me, but the amount of elections that he has won, um,
Hmm.
he's a winner. So, winners don't really plan to lose. So, all of this is quite shocking to him right now. I wouldn't be
Mm,
surprised if he requesting a recount right now and the boxer may finish count. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
this is very stunning. This all of this because the race is a close race. From what I'm
yeah.
seeing, it's extremely close.
It took a very long time for us to get the first set of results coming out of
Mhm,
Nevis 2,
mhm.
and
Which was the
you
first
know
box? Who won that box?
Nevis 2.
Mhm.
We
No, I
Reese
mean
is
no, no.
skipping track.
You said the first box. The first box.
I don't.
Who was the
Reese would
first?
have to.
Okay.
Reese would have to keep me updated on that.
Mm,
Um, but Reese is not here. Reese is the one who
mm,
is tracking that. Alan is tracking the voter turnout, and I'm
mm,
managing between the live feed. It's a team
I
effort
get
here,
you. I get you.
and
Of course,
I
of
could
course.
actually
All
I
right.
could actually pull on another teammate of ours, Chevron. Can you tell us who won that first box? And she would give that to us quickly. Anyone in the audience, actually, this is an
Mm.
interactive,
Like who?
interactive.
Who's won it and who's historically won it? Because I mean,
Well,
it just
we
seems
could
like
go through that.
history being made tonight. You know,
Um, I would
Part
say
one Cox and Brown
history,
Pasture.
because
Cox box car,
that's
yeah.
what that's what I said. I know Cox had already
Oh, okay,
called.
okay.
Somebody been tell me Cox not been called, but I just want to say I think history has already been made. We have
Mm-hmm,
two elected women in parliament. Um, I don't think we've ever had two elected women in parliament
mm-hmm.
at, at one time.
Almost being three. Because that racing tongue looked too tight, man.
Yeah,
27.
that's what I,
That's tight, man. That's
yeah.
tight.
So so
I'm
Mark
always impressed. Yeah, go ahead.
so Mark won EPPS and also
Mm-hmm.
United Pentecostal. United Pentecostal would be the church ground box. What's the church ground box? I think we lost Gary. What's the church ground box, Gary? Do you know? You're the man from St. John's.
Church ground box. It might be EPPS, you know. 'Cause EPPS is like Brown Pasha. Um, should be Brown Pasha
I,
Church ground, I think.
no, it's not Marion Heights and that United
Is what?
Pentecostal.
Maya Heights is who?
Well, Marion Heights is Marion Heights, but
Maya
what
Heights.
other
It's like who come in? Who go Maya Heights?
say that again?
Me think United Pentecostal they down by Saint
It down there by
um
right below Marion
by
Heights, right?
Hasford's, yeah, but right. So that I was
Yeah.
saying. That's why I tell you EPPS will be like Brown Pasha, um, and wouldn't it be Church Ground?
I
Church Ground will come down there.
I think so,
Part
you
of
know.
Church Ground, you think? Uh,
I believe so because
and,
remember Church Ground Brazers, all of them would be
mm.
close to the Marion Heights box as well.
You know what? Forgive me, forgive me, cause I believe when I hear EPPS, I think in the old school, I ain't
Yeah,
thinking because
EPPS is
where
the
they vote.
over.
The new school,
Yeah,
right. So
yeah, yeah,
you could be accurate with that. Yeah, I think I
yeah.
naturally, because I used to teach this, so I naturally think when I hear EPPS, I naturally
Got you.
think go on Pasha, and then I think the old school. To be fair,
I don't know if the new school, the international school that is occupying that building is actually
a
in, if
box,
that was a
area
box. Yeah,
accounting. Oh, okay.
yeah. Reese, are you able to let me know if that was one of the boxes?
So
I don't have that.
let me tell you what the issue is with number two. Like Alan was pointing out, there was an issue with the boxes where individuals got some kind of mix up with where they were supposed to vote and things of that nature. So
Hmm.
boxes were moved around. So we waited as he announced them. That is why they getting what is which. Um, because he called one the annex. I don't know what I can't tell what the annex is. What was the annex? And the United Pentecostal is the one above Hasford.
Okay,
So what is the annex?
Chevron answer. Chevron said that was the Brown Pasha box. The old school
the
is the Brown Pasha
the
box.
old school. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right, that was
yeah.
that's what I was thinking. That yeah, okay.
And see, they're saying, yeah, Marion Heights,
Maya Heights
confirming
Church Ground.
Marion Heights is church ground.
Okay.
So at this point in time, is when Mark is actually usually coming on touchdown heavy, you know,
Mm-hmm.
coming on touchdown real heavy.
No, but remember, no,
I
Alan
think
said that the
Brownhill.
boxes.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, sorry,
Brownhill,
Alan was saying that the boxes that NRP has one of the boxes that they are accustomed to winning. But I just started going to the Brownhill and the Bath area. I think that is
Right.
where Mark may feel comfort because those are the boxes he accustomed to win and win handsomely. So I
Comfortably.
think right
Yeah, yeah, exactly,
now
exactly.
he's looking at it and he's saying, well, bet, as long as I make it to Bath, I ain't good standing.
Mm-hmm.
um, I think the
I think
government
Brownhill
can't.
might be a defining.
Yeah, the government can't find without
Brownhill gonna
like
be a defining factor.
Brownhill is where it's at. Brownhill.
Yeah, but I think it gonna be a defining factor just based on the fact that parties from Brownhill. So the numbers were Mark probably accustomed to collect, he may not collect them. Some people gonna be conflicted. You
Mm.
might go in there and think like, you're CCM, but man, me no part from way back when. Let me give you this one shot. You know. So I feel like those numbers may not come out to what Mark expect.
Pat not too long
So
ago was a
he may not.
CCM too.
There you go. There you go. So that's a factor. You're gonna have people
Mm.
who just you have people who are genuinely gonna just be voting for you, the person, and not the party.
Marco, you think we got people like that? You think people don't really vote so?
Yeah, man.
I would. I mean, and I feel like if I would, I feel like people would. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
could
man.
say it
People
live
vote
here.
for.
I mean, I wouldn't. I've voted for both sides before. I could say that now.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see anything I don't see anything wrong with that. It's your right to vote for whomever. I could add some
No, that's
clarity to what I just said to her. I never vote for Marcus, so for everybody who listening and trying to figure out why is why, you know what I mean? Everybody who
yo.
I
listening and trying
I
to put it
I
together.
came back at the right
Eh,
time. Came
I
back at the
don't
right
even
time.
I don't even understand why that had to be pointed out.
Oh,
But
No, the listeners, man. The listeners trying
That
to figure out 101 things,
Whoa.
But
Whoa.
I think you could vote for whomever. You know what I mean? I would never tell anybody who to vote for. I just feel like if you're there, you should exercise your right to vote. As I saying that too, let me just add one thing before you jump in on this, Alan, and I'm gonna try it out to you too. What you think? What your thoughts behind it? I have no problem with people traveling to vote. That's their choice, eh? You could make a choice. But I personally feel like if you are given a ticket to vote for a particular party and you don't vote for the party, you should give them back the money. The
What?
ticket or whatever.
It's a risk
What's your
that
thought on that?
wow.
let me jump in first. Me want to
Ooh.
jump in first. I
Mhm,
want to say it is a risk that every party should consume. My problem starts with the whole giving the ticket to come and vote. Eh? A
mhm.
person should just come and vote off their own if they want to.
Agreed.
But but when you as a political party decide you're gonna send for somebody,
Mhm,
this is politics.
mhm,
So if you send in for somebody to come and
mhm,
vote for you
mhm,
and your analytical skills were a bit off with that particular
mhm,
individual, that the particular individual actually came and voted against you, I think it's
mhm.
fair game. I don't think
So
I think
you're saying that if because that's deception to me. Like if I call you as a representative, NRP, obviously I can tell you like this. You coming home, I sending this ticket for you. You coming home to vote for um let's say JD Keynes, and you go in there and you vote for Brand. You don't feel like
mhm.
you should refund that ticket. And bearing in mind, there's no law against it because nobody know what you do. But I feel like in your hearts of hearts, man, you can't feel comfortable with that, man.
Mm. Hmm.
No, I
No,
feel
what?
like it's
Um,
a risk you take. No, I don't feel like
oh, why you laugh at?
This dude, this dude, boy, this dude. But
Mhm.
Marco. So your thing is, if you take a ticket from somebody and you vote against them, you should give it back. But would you agree that
I'm
the
just care
fact that
about the
you're
money,
giving
man.
somebody, would you agree that the fact that you're giving somebody a ticket is bribery?
That's what I say. You tell me because they're not supposed
It,
to
it, it,
tell
And,
you.
and because my
it,
my vibe is, I feel like everybody who is outside of Nevis, who is a registered voter, should be given the opportunity to come home, and the cash should be split by both parties. Because it should be you coming home to vote. It should not be you
exactly.
coming home to vote for X or Y. But if you have the time, you want to come home and exercise your franchise, I believe that it is something that both parties supposed to gently say, we're gonna bear the cost of this to make sure. Maybe you could carve out something in the budget or something, but I
Hmm,
feel
hmm,
like this
hmm,
is something what it should not be. You are contacted by a CCM representative or
hmm,
uh NRP representative. You should be contacted by a government representative who asking you,
hmm,
who send you an email or something saying election is
hmm,
this time. You want to come
hmm,
home?
hmm.
The cost
I
is gonna
agree.
be borne. Both parties are gonna bear that cost. Cause you're coming
Agree.
home, whoever you
Hmm,
make your expert, that's your business. Because we're supposed to be
hmm,
keeping this thing secret, as they say.
hmm,
Mm-hmm.
hmm, hmm, hmm,
Mm-hmm.
hmm. And it is
Citizenship.
I mean your constitutional right to vote,
Yeah.
which goes into another thing that I'm looking at. Like I was looking at some numbers today, and I said like 13,000. Yo, I need somebody to explain because I'll use lie on the panel. I need somebody to explain to me, right? 13,000. How much persons in Nevis?
Well,
Working, the working.
the
I
expert.
talking about the working class. I ain't even want to hear nothing about no like, cause I know if it's 10,000, 12,000, that they got to gain at
Mm.
least. Cause everybody got children. That they got to gain at least 60% children. So tell me about the
No,
working
Marco.
class.
No, Marco.
I'm,
I disappointed
I'm
you.
gonna pull up the Navy statistical digest while I talk, so for the give
Let
me
me let
some
me let me
numbers.
hear this. Talk to me this.
Marco, you got people. Okay, for example,
Mhm,
I registered to vote, but
mhm,
I wouldn't be counted in the population. He's not a part of the
mhm,
census, but
mhm.
I would be counted in a
No,
part
and
of
no, no,
registered voter.
I understand that.
Me
I
near
understand
panelist.
that. You
Reese, me know if
So,
me
so
near
you,
still panelist.
good, good. No, that no, you hit the nail while looking at no. This is the part
no,
that I'm trying to figure out. Is how is it that this 13? I hear what you're saying, but it just
mm,
seems very suspicious that 13,000 people is still on the list. You don't find something
you
wrong
think
with
them
the
on the
list.
clean, you think them on the vet the voters list come thoroughly? Because I
It
have had
needs to be.
situations with dead people still on the voters list, and then
That's
dead
what
three
that's what I'm
years.
saying.
But that is the problem, and that is a both parties thing because both parties have the opportunity to object to names on the list. Say, hey, I
So
know Mr. Trust dead 4 years ago. Why Mr. Trust name still on the list? He not got no junior. So why he name still on the list? Get him off. The list is available to
Um,
everybody.
so you feel like it
Okay.
should
hold
be
on,
an
hold on,
So
hold
let
independent.
me.
on, hold.
Mhm,
Oh, it look like
Wait.
results.
No, no results, no results. When results, I don't even dog give you a chance. I don't just cut in. But I know I actually saw a quite lengthy comment coming in from Shadan, and it is an interactive discussion. So I wanted to see if he was actually trying to participate in this discussion that we're having right now. So
mhm.
you go ahead because I lost it. So you could go ahead and continue to talk.
Now, I was asking Reese if you think that it should be an independent party then that deals with it and not leave it up to um, CCMI NRP. If you got to put a board together to do something like that, like a government board that actually goes through the list, because I feel like you know it would one eliminate a lot of persons flying in and out. If you got to set whatever in the constitution to control, like there are certain prerequisites that you need in order to vote. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
well,
At least remain on the list. And before you say that, before you continue, I'll let you continue after this.
mm,
But the last
yeah.
time I checked on the list, right? I was on the list as a student, yo. The last time I checked on the list, I don't know what it is now.
Mm-hmm. Your
Oh, no,
domicile.
you're right.
So hold on. Let me read Shada. Hear me, Shada. Yassan's Tafari's comment. Um, what if the person was influenced by what they got exposed to online by the pictures and the posts leading up to the election? But when they got here, they then came to a different reality, and I'm trying to be like the election supervisor, and may have a different opinion based on new facts
Hmm.
when they get on the ground.
Hmm.
That new info may influence their choice.
I agree
So
that I think I've spoken to you about this already.
they
Ira.
came with the
I feel
intention
like
and they
people
got moved.
change their mind. Yeah, people change their
Right.
mind with new information. You know what I mean? But you
Right.
also, that has nothing to do with the fact of having a conscience. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Even though your mind could change on something. I that's why I don't vex with anybody. If you vote in CCM, you vote that's your choice. You know, your mind could change. But you
Mhm.
still, everybody's supposed to have a conscience. You can't tell me you take a ticket to come and vote for NRP and go and vote for CCM and it just goes nothing. Your heart's supposed to tell you, but you know what? Bye. Make it back mark your money, you know.
Marco, every time you
Mm.
send a ticket is a gamble.
I saying that.
I
Every,
agree, I
every,
agree. I ain't gonna dispute that, you know. I ain't gonna dispute that part. I ain't disputing that at all, is but
No, well, how
you
you
know.
want the gambling in your favor
okay.
all the time? The gamble is the gamble. That's part of the gamble.
That's part of the gamble.
What I
The
would like to know what
population
the audience think.
the
Go ahead,
population I
Alan.
have as of the 15th of May 2011 was 12,277. Wow.
You know what the working for me?
Let me tell you something. You know this thing go back to 1871
Hmm.
and the peak population is April the 5th, 1889. 13,087 people. Wow. 90 in the 1980s, apparently people were
Hmm.
leaving Nevis, man. They're saying 1991 Nevis only had 8,700 people. 8,800. So they say, according to the census.
Wasn't but I mean
Uh,
wasn't there a point where persons were leaving
Yeah.
leaving Nevis to go work I think in England or something like that? Was that in the 80s as well?
That got to be in the 80s.
Mm.
I'm trying to
hold on.
find
So they might.
Jetty
the
Taylor asked a
employment
question.
statistics.
Mhm.
Alan, is Zook political career over?
Well, that's what I was speaking about earlier. It's not over, but the concerned citizens movement does not traditionally stand well to losing, and particularly remember he had the position of the deputy. So right now, once again, the position is up for grabs. I would assume Mr. Brand and St. Paul's will be passed over once again, and Eric would get that position. But no, Zook is under a lot of pressure, and realistically, okay, let me look at it this way: if I tell you that he never gonna be the deputy premier again, he done reach his highest heights in politics, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So in that
True.
sense, it could well be over because he gonna come back and be deputy again? Nope. When you lose your seat, you lose your seat. Yeah, so Eric would get, and when Eric got lose, nope.
Good point.
So
Uh,
if you look at it from that angle, there, it might be.
the only part I would disagree with you with, Alan, would be the part of CCM and losers. I feel like that was more of a advanced mindset because if you realize,
Mm.
um, I think they didn't run. Well, people might say it's a losing seat, but they had run. What he named there a couple of times. But I agree with you fully with that mindset. That's I've seen it, but I don't really see it that much with Mark. I feel like you could lose and come back with Mark, but with Vance, it definitely didn't look like that. You ain't coming back and running. If you get where I'm coming from, because I think this and that I'd only see it a couple of times. So I don't think that Zook career is dead per se. I think you made mention of it. The plus that he has on his side is that he's still in the federal government. The beauty about being in the federal government for his from his standpoint is that it's 5 years. This ain't like and the 5 years just start. You know what I mean? So he still has a certain leverage that he could hold. But we've seen that in the past that certain people career end similarly. So it's not out of the realm of reality.
Yeah, but um, okay. And here is where, and oh Lord, I forget to say this because we were saying Alexis Jeffers. No, because we're talking about local election. He's Zook again. Back to Zook
Mm.
again.
Well, them I watching the panel over because I have to look at the other live, right? Their faces ain't look too happy. They ain't look too pleased over there, They look a little concerned. Um,
Oh yeah, I was telling you about how Zook was to come back to bite him. Now when and CCM overall, because you will hear them saying, give us more seats, give us all five,
mm-hmm,
so we could do even more. As it
mm-hmm,
stands now, they know for sure they have lost one seat. So if they hold on, is a barely hold on. If you saying I need even more people in, so I could do more. And
mm-hmm.
I saying in the thing, well, St. Thomas is you have to be at the table so you could get what you want.
Disrespectful.
You understand? So,
Mm-hmm.
what St. James's people supposed to be understanding about that right now? St. James's, you don't need somebody at the table to talk for you. Isn't and those the words that he was saying? So what's gonna happen to St. James's now? These are how words could come back to bite you because you're trying to preach something, but then now look what we have. So is he saying now that St. James is gonna be neglected because um according to him you have to have somebody at the table? You see what
Mm.
is taking place now? Yeah,
Okay.
and
Okay.
Alan,
So
Alan,
and
yeah.
go ahead.
wait, hold on. We have a question because I wanted to ask this question as well, because this goes back to the whole Brandy Williams, honorable. Well, she retired. I think she 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 retired, but how do you feel like you felt like she had a a, a contribution to Zook's loss? Because remember we were talking about the impact of the tape, versus was she actually doing groundwork and pulling influence? Because she would have had influence. So I would start with you, Garrick.
Pause. The easiest way to answer that question is yes, because if you see a shift um, over 30 something years, she would have had
Mm,
some kind of influence with it. I think what kind of fool people to a degree is the fact of when she released the tape. I'm certain that her mind would have been made up long before that tape was released. Now, if your mind already made up, maybe they, because I think they will have listened to tape maybe once, and it says certain things about being undermined. If you feel like someone is undermining you, then your whole approach changes. So if she would have contributed to, and I'm 100% sure she would have contributed to their win over the years in St.
Mm,
James, then
mm.
easily she would have shifted persons the other way. So I do think so. But I think, as I say, based on when the tape was released, persons may feel like, she may not have, because the
I,
tape was released on the eve. So it's
yeah.
just like, I feel like, yeah, I feel like she's been working. I don't want to say against the party, because I still think in her heart, she does believe in the party. She may not believe in the leadership, but you know, I don't feel like she would have put out the effort that she would have put out over the years to maybe encourage persons to support the party.
Okay. Alan, I don't know if you had spoke on this, and recently I was talking about it.
But I can't speak to any groundwork she would have done because I didn't see it. You understand?
Hmm.
But she's from Brooklyn, right? I think she's from Brooklyn, right there in Brooklyn. Um, I cannot say how much of a role it played, but I would think it was something. Um, I never count down anything to any one thing happening. As I say, I feel like is always things coalescing. Things that's how things end up going in your favor. And when you get a majority, then because as I say, it's factions you're bringing together. So I would say definitely some kind of role, but I can't say exactly how much. And I just want to say something about the point where I was making.
Yeah, sorry
The
to cut you
concerned
off. Go ahead.
citizens, the concerned citizens movement
Hmm.
minimize the ability of the representatives in the opposition in the NIA to do anything. How are they going to now come around and tell me when they go sink it, for example, in the federal government, that they're going to do anything? It's the same thing. You got to give credit to your opponent, otherwise the victory don't mean anything, and that is part of the problem. In like downplaying and minimizing your opponent, you sometimes end up neutering yourself in the process. That's my point. Right?
Agreed.
Reese,
I
you
gotta add
stand.
something
Where?
before.
Where?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, go
go
ahead. Go
go
ahead. To the same conversation
go.
or to Alan's conversation?
So, prior, really, because I think someone made mention it. I think I made mention that in terms of Zook and his political career it could actually get a hard hit, but because there was this by election, I keep forgetting that they're in the opposition. I think I said Zook is a part of the federal government. Well, he's not. So, I mean, that 5 years is a long 5 years. The same 5 years where I was talking about that he's in the, I was actually saying it from a standpoint that, but so Alexis, that 5 years,
Marco, Marco,
yeah,
you remember when Jesus went in the wilderness? It's
yeah.
just like that. Just like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, is the true Hebrew boys? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In the wilderness.
Yo,
Here is.
Reese, what about we spoke about it earlier? I don't know if
um,
your
I don't,
opinion
I don't
changed.
feel, I don't feel she had too much impact. I feel the release of the tape was too late to really set too many minds. I feel at that point the release, ready to release the tape. Saturday, I think it came out. Election Monday, I don't think that was going to be
Well,
impactful.
yeah.
I think if you
Go
want
ahead.
to
Go
just win
ahead.
the president, that shot would have to fare a good way back.
Mm,
Um, I also feel like it would have been hard for her to do groundwork right? People are like Nevis is a small community. So if she doing
Mm.
go and walk the water and get back. At the end of the day, you got a family to take care. You ain't gonna risk that job because we all know that CCM is known for terminating people on the spot. Even if she know she on the out, there's a difference in being on the out right away than getting them in last two paycheck.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well,
I
Reese,
can't
there is a balance here. There is a balance. You have to realize a balance playing out here, right? Because maybe in essence, CCM didn't want to terminate her right away because we all said, hold on, Alan, hold on. We all said we knew she wasn't going to return as the junior minister. I don't think anybody on this call or even in the audience was thinking she would have been returned as the junior minister. So we already knew there was a rift. The other thing is, though, CCM might not have wanted to just terminate her because no, you give her full strength to go out there and do what she needs to do. So
Well,
it
well,
could also be
I
just let
have a
she.
very good friend who does tell me
Mhm.
if you're going to chop the bush, you got to
Yeah.
chop all the bush. You
got to chop them.
can't left none.
None.
So it and part of it is too. You can't wait. You can't hold on with integrity. Eh? You can't hold
Mm.
on. As soon if I am in a building and I see that they're killing people inside of the building there, I ain't go, I'm not gonna say bye. Let me hold on till Friday, boy. I
Mm.
just found one picture.
No.
What? Boy, of
Exactly.
craziness them people are doing in there. Me not going back in there. Don't need it again. I need that to know. I go check them people. Go check them
Mm.
people.
Exactly, Alan.
Them not know what. That's my vibe.
Exactly, Alan.
So
Yeah.
you can't come with that exact angle there. You could tell me all the story, you know. Give me the story, but then the morality, let me left that part there. Just give me the story, cause you better believe I'm gonna listen to the story. I want the story, but just
Yeah.
don't try to portray it as like I'm doing
Mm.
this. No, as
I'm doing
listen,
the
we
right
got
thing.
Yeah,
we if
like
we
you're
do the
being
right
noble.
thing, yeah. If we do the
Yeah.
right thing, let me do it one time. Listen,
Yeah.
Alan.
I
Yeah.
never been anywhere where a gunshot has been
Mm.
fired. Me? Me? No, sir.
Alan,
I don't feel things like God.
I took you shooting here in America.
Oh,
That
I,
different, man. Yeah.
sorry. Sorry. No, no, no. No, no, no. I mean somebody. I mean
That is a
Okay.
somebody
control.
into a
It's a
person.
control environment.
I didn't because
I
no,
mean,
I
I
don't
know.
been places and shot fire. Me talk
Okay.
about
Okay.
I
Okay.
never
Okay.
been there and see. You
That
Mm.
remember me?
situation.
Me?
Yeah.
I was
Mm.
home a long time ago. I remember a time
Mm.
Akeem called me and said, my brother, I just pull into the yard. He said, good, I'm off the beach.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to stay away
So
from
I don't
badness.
I don't think that they had no impact. It was too late.
But my thing is that the tape. My thing is her. I'm believing that she
No.
was working.
I was
You
I,
guys
she
cannot
like I said,
convince
Okay.
me
I
that she
have
wasn't working.
confirmation that she was doing some work on the ground. I
He
just
had
received
okay,
to.
some.
but
She had
that's
to.
yeah,
She
yeah.
had to. She had to have been
And
working.
I think another
And
thing.
keep and they say actually she would keep events in her name rather than in the party name.
Okay.
Another thing is, I think what we overlooking is that lack of work is work, in my opinion. Like
Mm.
I pointed out, is that the fact that
Yeah.
she may not
Good
have
point.
been working how she normally work for CCM, and that in
Hmm.
itself is a punch. So even though when the tape released at this time, tape not have nothing to do with what she was doing prior. I feel like, let's say she accustomed to do horse 100 events, maybe cut to 50. That's an impact. You get where I'm coming from?
Mm.
So and you can't feel the same, as Alan was saying, like you can't feel the same just showing up normal, and that speech that she let out. That ain't no yesterday speech, man. That speech brewing.
Mm-mm.
So you
Mm.
ain't walking the same. You ain't walking the same if you ain't comfortable, you know.
Yeah, I think she would have had an impact on what's going on. But seeing we waiting at number two, let me look at number two in 2017. No, anybody willing? Who would have known that because I thought the election would have been done by 12. DJ Woodis told us it would have been done by 12, but who would have known that we would have been close to being done by 12, waiting for one box, and it would have been the box of the premiere. Let us look at number
Oh,
two,
you say one
the
box,
old box.
you mean one constituency?
One constituency, my
Well,
bad. That's
I would have tell you, Ira, this is gonna be the big one, because this is double anything else where you're
mhm,
gonna see. So
mhm.
yeah, and this is where the really and truly most of the late voting went on. So it's expected. I just want to see
Okay.
what the people over there think of their road.
I want to know what's the likelihood. Garrick already said,
It's unlikely.
or it's unlikely.
It's highly unlikely.
It's unlikely. Yeah. That's how you feel too, Alan?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm realistic. Anyway, is a Nike me got to go eat it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You want to cook it?
You understand what I'm talking
You boil
about?
it, Alan?
No, I can just eat it just so. Straight.
Just so?
I'm
Wow.
telling you. And I could just, you see, you could talk with confidence when you know what will take place.
Wow.
I don't
Wow.
believe the people of St. John's would do the premiere that. I don't believe it. You couldn't write this in a movie, you know?
Wow.
You
I'm going to
couldn't write
take,
this in a movie.
for the comments, I'm going to take the comments. But Alan, the vote is taking quite long to come in.
Tell you the man a recount, yeah.
The vote is taking quite long to come in.
But you could see from the past, every box is like what, 400 people,
Alan,
300 people.
Alan, Alan, the first set of boxes we got, the first set of boxes that we got, that church ground coming on that church ground hill there in Marion Heights. Let me look at the numbers real quick. Marion Avenue,
Y'all,
Marion
y'all
Heights,
identify what
Marion.
the annex is?
I'm thinking the annex is I don't
I'm
know.
thinking the annex is the department of the education department, and then
Okay,
the
okay.
car school.
I got it now. I got it now. Is the Nevis International Secondary School Annex
School.
Station B?
Okay. Got
Yeah,
you. That's Brown Pasha.
yeah.
Okay.
That's Joy.
Let me
That's
look.
Joy School.
Yeah, that's Joy School.
Hmm.
Let's look at what's going on here in Marion Heights. Marion Heights, the last time around, Mark would have had 151 to 81, 186 to 92. That is normally a heavy box. It was a heavy box. It was a heavy box for Malcolm. And it was a heavy box for Mark.
I'm telling you, we rolling around to the time when the premiere by and he got blue shoes. He got blue shoes. I hope they're
Mhm.
nice. There's been some nice blue colorways releasing, so maybe he actually get a nice one this time. But yeah, the premiere getting his shoes ready. Maybe
So
you want
Alan,
to
you
go
ain't
with a
think you on a
DJ.
break?
No, power don't take a break. I'm gonna recommend that you take a look in your spare time if you have any access to HBO Max or HBO. Look at the Rupert Murdoch documentary.
Mm.
That man has an $80 billion fortune, and he has been playing his children against one another, promising them, "You come here, you're gonna be the one to take over." He done had um 2019, he been in the Caribbean. He fall down in hitting. He recovered. He's never gonna give up power. You don't give up power. Oh, Marco,
Mm.
how embarrassed you think the Premier gonna be if this really? He can't take it.
I think he can move, you know.
5 years he gonna got to be in Nevis. Now he gonna feel good about the fact now we could actually go back to making some money. That's gonna be good. You know, he always tell you make more money, yeah, private practice.
Oh, then
That'll
in
be good.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not
Um,
gonna hate that part, but having to bear with the facts still that Janice is the premier. Janice won nobody in St. James now. Really, Marco? And you got to remember, you know, he's gonna be reminded of Janice every time he goes to work. Daniel Brantley and Associates. Can't have that.
so,
Can't have that, Marco.
uh, Ketafari, Hailey, Kabaka, Matthew Sela said, real talk, this is ridiculous. It takes this long to count 13,000 votes in 2022. Yo, is something going on? My country alone here in the US, my county alone here in the US have almost 350,000 people votes would have been counted by 9 o'clock. US election not take a long time sometime to it. Can
No,
say
but
that.
no,
This
no, but he
this
can't. He can't count it because remember now
yeah,
they do a lot of the
yeah,
counting electronically. Me
yeah.
and partner are not as technologically advanced, so we still on the one to paper. Like we share out
And
at the
if we want to round off and use 60% as the voter turnout, it's not
Hmm.
even 13,000 votes. It's closer to
Right.
8,000 votes.
Yeah, it should have been done. It should have been done. It should have been done.
It's ridiculous. And every election is the same damn thing.
um, I just feel like we're gonna get everything all at once, eh?
Oh yeah, yeah. 100%.
Um, the
Yes,
media
I
hosts are
hope that.
there. No, Chevron made a comment. They remember the
Oh,
supervisor said that they invited the media hosts with cameras to witness the counting.
Counting?
We ain't see that. Yeah, they were supposed to have media hosts within in there with cameras.
oh, the tension is high in the Oval.
What went on?
You know what? Y'all need to do from time to time. Just look at people WhatsApp status, and you have a
Hmm.
little fun time. You know.
Well, the 5-0 done. The 5-0 done out.
That ain't
So
happening.
yeah, um, the 5-0 is already out, and
The 5-0 is already out, and CCM have already told you that they will not be able to do more for you. Because they needed more
hmm
ministers. They done one down.
hmm
So it's going to be tough.
get me
If it's
less
the concerned citizens movement, they already tell you,
with
"Pa, I need as many hands as I could get."
with 3.
Hmm.
What I know Alan don't want to discuss this, but Garrett, what do you think the narrative would be with CCM if they were to lose this election, one, and two, if they were to win it with losing that seat to Janice? What do you think the narrative would be? Let's start with the win. Garrett, I think you might gone, you know.
Yeah, Malcolm Newton.
Yeah, forgive me. I was a bit distracted. Run the question again.
Um, what do you think the narrative would be? Because I think I asked
Mhm.
Alan this earlier. What do you think the narrative would be if CCM wins the election now with the current position that they're in, right?
Mhm.
Losing a seat, and especially if the race is close between Mark Brantley and
Mhm.
Dr. Patricia Bartlett.
Mhm.
What do you think the narrative would be from the CCM end? And what you think the narrative would be if they lost after this? Do you think they would bow out gracefully if they lost? Uh, go go ahead. Start with the lose. No, start with the
Well,
lose.
with the loss, they won't bow out gracefully. There definitely would be some form of recount happening. You got to realize that NRP won an election, and where it was in 2011, and
Mm-hmm.
the matter was taken to court.
Yeah.
So the difference is now you're in government. I mean, I don't know how, you
Them
know,
still cheat.
I don't know how
Them still
NRP
cheat.
pull off whatever being in a position, but but I don't think they're just gonna lie down and take it just based on what history has shown. So I just feel like the narrative would be as Alan just said, some kind of cheating went on, so you got some kind of recount, some kind. The narrative gonna just be out there that you know NRP has done something to jeopardize the integrity of the election. If they win
Mm-hmm.
and lose, although they lose in a seat that they haven't lost in a while, I do think
Mm-hmm.
that there would be one of ways they can actually strengthen tone, because I think going forward with brand securing like back to back wins here, I do think that they would want to strengthen tone. I don't think they would neglect St. James totally, but I do feel they would want to channel into a secure 3 seats, because you only need 3 seats. So I do think that would be the objective going forward. I don't think there would be any big loss as it relates to Alexis and Mark. I think there was a rift. I think we had hear about a rift, but CCM is good at covering up certain things. You don't really hear much stories leaking, but
Mm-hmm.
I think you had hear a rift between the premier and Alexis sometime back. They quickly hushed that down. So I don't think when you have those kind of rifts happening, I don't. Maybe we might hear it now that what's her name came out and um I don't like to do that, Miss Brandy came out and
Brandy.
said like
Yeah.
yeah, she came out and had a speech. Maybe a lot more information might start to leak out as it relates to the camp, because CCM is
Mm-hmm.
a camp that you like Fort Knox, man. Nobody could get in it. So I think going forward, the narrative for them really is still gonna be portrayed like they're winners, they're victors in all of this, even though they lose the seat. Because you cite a few months ago, um, they lost the government, and you know they celebrated winning 3 seats. So I can't see now they actually have the government and winning the 3 seats. Why the narrative wouldn't be they're just as powerful and NRP has failed.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. 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 I don't know if anybody else want to comment on that, but Alan, you okay?
It's
See, the
happening
man say
here. It's
checking
happening.
snaps.
It's happening. It's happening.
Okay.
The tension is high right now in the oval.
I,
I just checking to see something because this can't be run
Somebody,
this way. No, what you me and see can't be. No. But we gonna see.
but Alan, we all here. We all here. I think we all here. We discuss these kind of conversations all the
No,
time.
but me
That's
not
why
get
we're
no offer.
here.
Me not get no offer. Man, no. That a how come man, no, me really ask, but them a try. I got to finish the situation apparently.
Well, send me a text there and let me say so then. My gosh.
No, you getting bad one.
Whoa.
You can't say that.
Oh. Okay. 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 Garrick. Garrick. Um. What about NRP? If they don't
Mate,
win,
man,
if
again, I getting a lot of live information, man. That's what happened, you know. Sorry about that, man. It's a
okay.
lot of live
Okay. Go ahead.
information coming in, man. This
Marco,
thing
I'm
is
telling you,
crazy
it's
right now, man.
happening right now. It's
Nah,
high
yeah, it's
tension
crazy now.
global right now. I
It's
can't
crazy,
believe
man.
we
It's
came out
crazy.
to this. Nevis, y'all
It's
make me feel
crazy.
good. This is how elections supposed to be. Uh, This is how elections supposed to be.
It's crazy,
Competitive,
man.
man. Yeah, I like
This is
resistance.
down the wire.
I treat the game sweet for me. You
I don't understand why you are treating our viewers like that.
as far
Y'all
as
Well,
can't
the
treat our
information
viewers like that.
I could tell you the information why I just get. Um,
Yeah.
in a nutshell, um, the information the person was giving me in a nutshell is it seems like Mark lost. That's
but
that's
Marco,
that's the most I could go
Marco,
into with it.
you understand what I'm saying, Marco? So I got to see it.
Mm.
Let me hear results.
Yeah,
And you getting
they was
vague
saying a
things
lot.
like so. I get
Yeah, yeah.
how I get it was with some bad word. Like they've been vexed with
Well,
factual. You understand? This is the kind of thing. And I would let, but I hope nobody pass me yard. No motorcade pass my yard, please. Me not going on a motorcade. I don't have any gas. I will be drinking tomorrow. Wherever it is y'all are, you better believe it. I'm gonna be there. Two Guyanese. Gonna be doing that. But no, one motorcade. Y'all enjoy yourself, whoever win. Um, anyway,
I think
you
the
see when
real
you're
hiccup.
asking this Ira, when you're asking this question about the CCM narrative,
Hmm.
it really make me kind of focus on Zoo because it's historical. It's
Yeah.
30 years, you know.
I was just
This
about
is
to
a
mention that.
foundational concerned citizens movement party, see. And
Exactly.
you never really find also St. James and Ginger and St. George's kind of differ, you know. So there is another
Mm.
kind of thing you go watch them. I'm not even suggesting that it's gonna rub off on St. George's. I'm just saying that normally they tend to kind of agree, and you could see there is tension there this time. Whereas I'm telling you that has been a foundational seed.
Yeah.
Leosha confident. Leosha said
Yeah.
whenever
Yeah.
happy win.
Thank you. That's what she said. Thanks. She says. Ah man. So we're here. We're all patiently waiting. I just want to know, everyone who is listening, who do you think is going to win? Reese just asked me why he off the screen. Reese, I had to take you off the screen for a little bit so you could rest your eyes. You ready to come back on?
But
We're
I
back.
hear me, and I hear, I hear my phone, but it look like bad swing.
But I hear that early in the night, that bat swing, you know.
But
I
that's
hear
what me
that.
there. That's what me there. That's what me there. Upon he tell me about rest me, but man just tell me look like bad swing, boy.
But I may hear that early, that bat swing.
Um, I really certain things where be Alan ask about kind of.
Alan,
I
you don't
tell
come with
you,
your half information. We don't even want to know your half information. You
no,
why you
me
come
talk
up full.
about it. Me talk about bad. I say one. I
Yeah, yeah,
would
yeah.
like to know how the
We're
people of
back.
bad
But yeah,
felt they have been
yeah,
treated.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
really would like to know
Alan,
for the
Alan, Alan,
Christmas.
Alan, Alan, let me ask you